I am your host, Miguel Clement. We have some fun races and a really competitive card coming up as we take a look at what's on tap today. And looking forward to some nice 2-year-old races, a nice turf sprint allowance feature coming up a little bit later on in race 8. As always, today's race is presented by Claiborne Farm. 9-race card. We're fast and firm. The sun is shining, which you've got to love as well, as I welcome in my co-host, somebody who has won many a race here at the Big A. Champion jockey Richard Migliore here with me. And Richie, wrapping up what's been a really fun week and not an easy card today.
Not an easy card to close out the week. Great day of racing with the New York breds yesterday. And beautiful autumn weather. It's really come in. There's some frost on the pumpkin, and I got some hay up in the barn as well.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
Fall festive,
there you
right?
Go. Yep.
As we take a look at that allowance feature coming up in race 8, turf sprint. And here's a look at the morning line and a couple of interesting horses who are kind of doing that dirt to turf, starting off with Truth and Beauty, who began on dirt, moved effectively to the turf last time out. Now, inside turf trips were really beneficial, but she ran, and she ran fast with a 91 by her speed figure.
She ran, she created her own trip because she has speed. Speed's always a good thing to have. Now, we had a period of time in Saratoga where even though the course was labeled good, they were still yielding fast times, Acacia, right? 101 and change for the 5.5. So I think we've got a bit more grip given the ground now this time of year because the courses don't get to dry out as much. The sun doesn't bake it as much. But this was quite impressive.
Then you have Gratefully, who's 2 for 2. Both of her races have come off the turf, and she's run very well in both of them. Trying the turf for the first time, which, to be fair, is what she's bred to do.
Bred to be on the turf. Both of the races that she's won were reined off of the turf, so they're being persistent, getting her on the turf now. And she's another one that creates her own trip. She's got good speed. It's always a difficult thing. A horse could look like a turf horse, could be bred like a turf horse, but when they're 2 for 2 on one surface, you better have your strength of conviction to continue to try the turf.
And it's also different too, yes, she's 2 for 2 on the main track. Those are off the turf races, a dirt meant field, especially as you step up in conditions. Totally different ballpark as well, just as facing winners against turf horses is too.
Yeah, but you gotta like the buyer speed figure she got and the separation back to the third horse, so she's shown ability.
We kick off the day with 2-year-old fillies. Here's a look at the field, just one with experience, and that's a horse that debuted on turf. Smart Sugar to the outside, starting off though with a horse that's a little bit green, Imperatrice.
Yeah, usually, Todd Pletcher's horses have been well schooled with the ponies. She's a little bit reluctant to hook up. Manny Franco is aboard the one Imperatrice. Johnny Velasquez off his mounts today. There's
Perfect Twirl, first for John Kimmel.
Yeah, this horse actually, I watched her work during the summer in Saratoga. Thought she had some ability out of the family of Unrivaled Bella, Breeders' Cup winner.
There's Your Desire.
Lindsay Schultz shipping in, big price, but you better pay attention.
Best Not Miss by Uncle Chuck.
By Uncle Chuck, now stallion that I'm not that familiar with, but been training well and taking money.
There's the Todd Pletcher horse that's Even Money with a Kiss.
Yeah, Ada Catherine Sophia, a Grade 1 winner, a Kentucky Oaks winner, in fact.
And Smart Sugar, who does have experience, though, on turf.
On turf, but definitely more of a dirt pedigree here. I thought, looking at it, just interesting that Bill Mott turns her back, and she's also taking money.
The lone horse with the start under her belt says you can sign up, get started over at Naira Bets, and use promo code CUP25 to receive your $200 deposit match and $25 free bet just in time for the Breeders' Cup. Check out NairaBets.com. Download the app today to get started. Early pick 5 kicking off here as well. And with these 2-year-old fillies, we head down, check in with Maggie Wolfendale. Maggie, as plenty of inexperienced young fillies in here, what are they showing you before this opener?
Well, Acacia, wishing you a happy birthday first and foremost here. But yes, there are several first-time starters that we need to touch on, and Todd Pletcher sending out 2 of them. One, your even money favorite in number 5. That is With a Kiss, who really has a lovely pedigree. This daughter of gun runner out of the multiple Grade 1 winner, Catherine Sophia. She did win her first start as a 2-year-old. She went 6 for 9 in her career. She's had 3 foals to run, 3 of which have been winners. I should say all of them have been winners. It kind of depends on what this sire is best at is generally what they have been best at. So Gun Runner, I think, most of our minds go to kind of longer on the dirt, but he actually has the same stats for sprints and routes. So I think she's okay debuting here at the 6 furlongs, but I do think that more ground's probably in her future. She's incredibly fit, got a lot of size, a lot of leg to her, very leggy filly overall, but overall is very athletic. So therefore, I don't think that this 6 furlongs is going to be that big of a hurdle for her, as we see Flavian Prat giving her a nice big warm up out there, as number 1, Manny Franco, had no other choice but to give the Imperatrice a big warm up, because as you guys saw, she was very green with the pony. She was very green back in the paddock too. Not a bad looking type at all, but I definitely think she needs experience, definitely from that inside post position where she was hollering. She was the only one making noise. Then she didn't want to link up with the pony. And even watching her gallop to the backside, she was kind of like, I don't know what I'm doing here. She's settled down pretty well, but wait and see approach with her. Number 2, Perfect Twirl, is one of 2 horses in here that sold at the OBS June sale. And Perfect Twirl, she went the 10-1. She was asked for it a little bit. I didn't love that workout. Now, it could be apples to oranges because it's a synthetic surface. And while she had an efficient stride, she just didn't cover that much ground. But looking at her today, there's actually a lot of her. There's a lot of substance, a lot of size, and she was moving pretty well out there overall. So maybe she is more of a dirt, prefers that more so, given her pedigree and looking at her. I just think, too, she'll benefit from a start. She just doesn't look quite as tucked up as some of the others in here. But there's a reasonable assumption that she could show some speed. As number 4, Best Not Miss, I thought she could show some speed when I looked at her OBS sale workout, where she went 9-4. She was asked just a little bit green as well, but a really nice extension to her stride. But now, having looked at her in the paddock, I don't really like what I'm seeing on the day. Very kind of tall and leggy. I was expecting more of a sprinter frame to her, a little bit more of that kind of Uncle Mo frame, where she's just, there's not much of her. She really kind of lacks some middle, lacks some conditioning across her top line. So I think, with a start under her belt, she'll gain that. But she was one I was interested in, Acacia, going in, but after looking at them, not so much coming out.
We'll take the wait and see. Maggie, thank you. Always interested with these first-time starters. You kind of lean on pedigree, you lean on the workout pattern, Richie, and you lean on Maggie's comments to try to figure out. But sometimes the board can really be a helpful tool as well. And 4 to 5 on a Todd Pletcher first-time starter. Yeah,
when you see a horse like a first-time starter with a kiss, 4 to 5, taking this kind of money, I think it speaks volumes to what they've been doing in their morning trials, right? Their dress rehearsals, if you will, practice. And obviously she has garnered a lot of attention from the clockers, and I'm sure anybody who's watched her work. So you've got to always really look at the board. I mean, she's got a pedigree to back it up. Todd Pletcher, obviously very good with first-time starters. So when we see money come in on first-time starters, doesn't mean they're going to win, but it's meaningful.
Yeah, something to pay attention to, that's for sure. But the only one with experience is the 6, Smart Sugar. Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado, they'll team up with this filly. They'll also team up next weekend with the Kentucky Derby winner Sovereignty, who's had a magnificent year coming in off the back of that Travers win. He just galloped this morning at Del Mar after shipping there early on Wednesday, I believe due to work tomorrow, Monday morning, for the Saturday race.
Looks like he handled the ship well. Really holding great weight. I mean, he just looks like he's come into this in beautiful order. He's such a professional. Looks like he's gotten bigger and stronger to me, Acacia.
He has, actually. It's amazing. Every time you think he's about as big as he's going to get, then, you see him walk around Saratoga and you're just kind of like, wow, that's a big hunk of horse flesh.
Yeah, he really is. And he just seems like he has the intelligence to match his physical prowess, right? He just almost looks like he looks at things and figures it out.
Yes, he's one of the first stalls at the end of the shed row. He has his little velvet ropes around the area, and he just kind of sticks his head out and he watches the other horse on the track, people walking by. He's very observant, which is kind of cool. You can usually walk by and see him sticking his head out, which is always fun for people visiting the Oklahoma track where he's been based.
Yeah, he's got that VIP area cordoned off.
He does.
It's always been my experience, too, that good horses share very similar characteristics. A lot of them are very intelligent. A lot of them can be a little bit on the mean side. Little, you know, they're a little bit independent, a little bit aloof. They don't really want you to intrude on their space.
Yeah.
But he just seems like he's classy and smart and kind of looks at everything with that, you know, almost curiosity.
Yes. Well, I think he's well-schooled, getting pets and kisses as he gets a lot of carrots from Amelia, who works for Belmont.
And rightfully so. He's the stable star in a stable full of stars.
Absolutely. Well, 2-year-old fillies, the future is bright for some of these here. You have one out of a Kentucky Oaks winner. There is another first-time starter, Imperatrice, who's been a bit green in the preliminaries. Anybody else besides the favorite that you found intriguing in here?
The two, Perfect Twirl, you know, but again, I talked about it. I watched her train over the summer a bit. You know, I tend to hang out at John Kimmel's barn. It's kind of almost habit, right? I rode so much from over the years that it's always one of my first stops. And obviously he's a good friend. And I just thought she had an interesting pedigree. I do think she's grown quite a bit over the summer.
Worked 10-1, as Maggie touched on at that OBS June sale. But awkward in the way that she kind of carries her head and her tail, and so maybe makes sense that it's taken her a little bit of time to get to the races.
Yeah, but, you know, pretty steady work tab all through the summer. She had basically every 7-8 days, except for one about 2.5-week break where it looked like we shipped back from Saratoga to Belmont.
Race 1, 2-year-old fillies. To kick things off, there's With a Kiss, your favorite gun runner out of Catherine Sophia. Top-class pedigree. See if she can live up to it on the track. Chris Griffin standing by for race 1, Belmont at the Big A.
All set for the opener. And they're off. Perfect Twirl, flashing early speed and at the rail. Imperatrice now wants to be in the early mix, and they are lined up across the racetrack early. Imperatrice is now quickest and towards the outside. Here comes With a Kiss as a challenging second towards the far outside. Trying to run on there is Smart Sugar. To their inside here comes Best Not Miss, who's now back to fourth. The two at the back, Your Desire and Perfect Twirl. They work up the backstretch and they work into the far turn. Imperatrice is in front, is up by a half length. Imperatrice is up by that neck now, and With a Kiss is bounding up on the outside, ready to challenge. Just behind them, Smart Sugar is in tandem with Best Not Miss. They're 3 off the leaders. Then from the back, Your Desire, and the trailer, Perfect Twirl. All in at the rail, Imperatrice, and here comes With a Kiss. With a Kiss puts a nose in front. With a Kiss is trying to sprint away. Imperatrice keeps battling on here at the rail, and these two approach a final furlong. And Flavian Prat is opening up this margin. With a Kiss has a 16th left to go. Is going to win this one well. It's all With a Kiss to win the opener. With a Kiss wins it over Imperatrice, Smart Sugar, and Your Desire in 1 minute 10.57 seconds.
Todd Pletcher finishes 1-2, and it was the favorite With a Kiss with that big pedigree, able to run down her stablemate, who the one Imperatrice did not break that well. She kind of rushed up to the lead, given how green she was. Actually ran pretty well today.
She ran really well. I think it's a nice performance by both the winner and the runner-up, hailing from the Todd Pletcher barn. And Manny Franco had to do that with Imperatrice. Even though she didn't break super sharp, you look out and you see nothing but other horses' heads on a first-time starter from the rail. You need to get up in there. You don't need him to drop over, get hit with that kickback, back out. A very game performance, but how about With a Kiss? Could she have been any more professional on debut?
So professional, pulling away from her competition, putting some separation on them, living up to that pedigree, 3-5. As we take a look at the start, the one breaks a bit slow. There's also a little bit of bumping on the inside. The 4, Best Not Miss, breaking in. Just kind of typical 2-year-old things, but watching the red cap on the rail, what Manny Franco does, kind of giving her a little bit of gas with Imperatrice and getting her up to the lead in there.
Yeah, you don't want to lose that position. You don't want to get shuffled back. And then you also want to come off the rail just a little bit. Give yourself some room to work with. You need that room when you fall into the turn to, onto your left lead. Horses can't be dead against the rail and make it without brushing the rail then. You've got to give them some space to change their lead.
5-1-6-3, no doubt about the winner though, With a Kiss, and Flavian Prat. Todd Pletcher finishing 1-2. Smart Sugar, the lone experienced runner in here, long way back to her in third, but seems like class prevailing and could be a nice future for this filly, who, as Maggie touched on, certainly is bred to go longer.
Bred to go longer, got a stride that looks like she'll appreciate going long. A very long stride, puts her head out and down and really covers a lot of ground. I will say one thing, watching that head on leaving the gate, for a 2-year-old race, it was fairly clean. There was some contact, but Dylan Davis on the 4, best not miss, really did a good job because his filly's the one who broke inward, and he was very responsible and straightened her up. Stewards need to talk to all riders and basically make sure that everybody is that responsible leaving the gate, because we see a lot of raggedy starts, rough starts, but riders can do a lot more to clean that up, but the stewards have to reinforce that.
With a kiss, victorious in the opener, but yesterday was all about the New York Reds. We'll recap Empire Showcase Day and some of the big performances, including the throwdown in the Empire Classic and the runaway win in the Empire Distaff.
The Cup is calling at the Breeders' Cup with Naira Bets. Download the Naira Bets app or sign up at nairabets.com to get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus today. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, and boost your bankroll with lucrative promotions. Play the Breeders' Cup World Championship with Naira Bets. New players sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match only with Naira Bets.
Welcome back. You're watching America's Day at the Races here on FS2 as we have live coverage from Belmont at the Big A, and a popular victory to kick things off here with a kiss. Flavian Prat for Todd Pletcher. Flavian, it's such a lovely pedigree on this filly, and she really responded well. You know, it's a pedigree that says maybe longer is better, but she was so handy for you first time out.
Yeah, no, obviously very well bred and just talented enough to win short for sure.
You kind of lapped on to Todd's other horse there. Did you always feel like you were going to be able to get by her?
Yeah, I thought I was traveling well. I mean, it looks like I had the measure of that horse inside of me. It was just a matter of if anybody behind was making a run, but no, it was a game run.
Well, we were just talking about shipping out to the Breeders' Cup, as you will be. Another date with Sierra Leone, and obviously he's the defending champ. Actually, I have to talk about it, so I figured I'd go right to the source. In the next segment, I have to say, what does he have to do to win again? So what has to happen for Sierra Leone to win again?
Well, if he does the same as last year, I think we'll be fine. No, honestly, I'm not sure it's going to be the same setup as last year, but hopefully there's some pace and he get himself into a good rhythm. I mean, I think when he's if you run just like the Whitney or the Breeders' Cup last year, I think he's going to be very live. I mean, it's a very competitive race, and you can make the case for a lot of them. But no, I get a lot of confidence in him.
Even though they're mostly, East Coast, kind of Kentucky horses, no matter what, it always seems like they run faster early on in California. Do you feel the same way?
Yeah, well, I mean, first of all, it's Breeders' Cup Classic, so I think everybody wants to get a good position, and everybody knows that the track is favoring speed usually, so maybe it, force some hands sometimes, but hopefully I'll be the same setup, but we'll see. But and the track is usually quick, yeah.
Well, thank you so much for that insight. Made my job so much easier, and congrats on the first.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, always enjoy Flavian's insights here. Another date with Sierra Leone coming up next. Keisha?
Trying to defend his title in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Maggie, thank you. It kicks things off with a nice 2-year-old filly here with a kiss, getting the victory with Flavian. And I think when Maggie asked me, do you always think that she was going to go by? She said yes.
Yeah, he just looked like he was always traveling up into his hands, traveling a little bit better than his uncoupled stablemate. And it's an interesting thing that Maggie asked about the pace of races in California. The other thing, too, that, and riders in New York get a lot of criticism about being, a little too, quiet maybe early in races. But horses are trained different on the East Coast than the West Coast. Trainers in the mornings want you to go off the first furlong in about 13 seconds, and then they want you to pick it up as it goes. I went to California, started working horses. The first horse I worked like that, I got yelled at because they say they don't run the races like that. We want to see our horses work faster. So they're actually trained to be faster early and to run hard more of the race, if you will.
Really interesting insight, and some great insight from Flavian there as well. We'll see if he and Sierra Leone can defend their title in the Breeders' Cup Classic. We turn our attention, though, to race 2, 6-furlong turf sprint for fillies and mares. And right now, pretty wide open board. It is the favorite Leslie's Humor to the outside, though, who got a big figure last time out when getting the win. She had a smoother trip. There were some other tough trips in the running of that race, but she certainly took a step forward, second off the layoff.
Yeah, that was a really nice effort. The one thing that I question is, do you see a tremendous amount of speed? I mean, I know the 5 Top Gun Girl has some speed in her dirt races. The 7 Delightful Flame.
7 probably.
Yeah, but for a turf sprint, are we going to get the kind of pace that's going to help set up her late run?
Yeah, it's a very good point. We'll talk a little bit more about that second race in a moment. But first, looking back to yesterday, excuse me, with the Empire Showcase Day, all about the New York breds and the Empire Classic, we kind of built it as, a heavyweight battle. And it lived up to that, Richie, which was so cool to see Bank Frenzy and Doc Sullivan, 2 really talented New York breds. Iron Dome took a lot of money. He was the 3-year-old up-and-comer and just at least not yet up to par with those tough older horses.
No, and you wonder, too, he's had a pretty rigorous campaign, ran back quickly to get that win in the Albany, then he's shipped to the Oklahoma Derby, and then you're taking on really, really tough, good older horses. Now, look at Bank Frenzy. He runs with that extension blinker on the outside in the yellow silks. And when he sees Doc Sullivan inside of him with the eye that's not covered with that blinker, he dug in. He did not want to get past. This was some effort by both the winner and the runner-up.
They both ran huge. And yeah, it was funny. I interviewed Rudy Rodriguez after the race, and he said, I asked him to take me through his emotions in the stretch run. He said, I was just praying Joel Rosario, who was on the runner-up, Doc Sullivan, didn't go to the outside because the right eye was covered. He said, I'm just so thankful he went to the inside because my horse fights, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, when he saw him, he might have had too much momentum. By the time he would see him around the Blink Cup, might have been too late.
Meanwhile, in the Empire Distaff, there was plenty of speed from Bernie Takes Charge. Valtellina's forwardly placed, I should say. Valtellina got the right kind of trip via Mente being forwardly placed. And a big win in the first win at the mile and an eighth distance for Valtellina and Ray Handel.
Yeah, she had a bit of a bumbling start, and it was a blessing in disguise because they went a half in under 48 seconds, 47-1 basically. That's fast for a mile and an eighth here at Aqueduct. So it really helped set up her late run. Good trip, good ride, gets it done, and Ray Handel in the winner's circle here with Valtellina. I'm saying that properly?
Yes.
Okay.
Valtellina getting the victory. Dylan Davis. Dylan had a couple of nice wins yesterday on Empire Showcase Day as well.
Yeah, good
Pretty
second
good
on
afternoon.
Stonewall Star, too, at a big price.
Yeah,
Barry Schwartz had a nice
Big day for Horacio de Paz. He had Stonewall Star run well off the bench, and then two
Awesome.
victories as well. Awesome check, 26 black. Just a really fun day to celebrate New York Reds.
I've always loved New York Showcase Days. There used to be just one. I think there's 3 over the course of the year. And you just see how much pride the breeders and the owners take in their horses. It's always a good turnout that day.
So much fun, and certainly highlighted, we said, by that heavyweight match in the Empire Classic, Bank Frenzy coming out on top. Well, we had a perfect little tease there with the interview from Flavian Prat and the Sierra Leone conversation. We'll talk a little bit more in depth about it. Very talented son of Gunrunner. He always shows up. Can he show up enough to pick up another Breeders' Cup Classic?
$1,600,000, thank you. The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. A night of stars featuring over 70 graded stakes winners or producers, and no less than 30 Grade 1 winners or producers. Champions, millionaires, elite producers, and selected weanlings. One catalog, one spectacular session, one star-studded evening with the highest concentration of quality breeding stock anywhere in the world. The Fasig-Tipton November sale, November 3rd in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
Jockey's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jockey's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jockey's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. As we mentioned, the Breeders' Cup Classic, a race to look forward to. You've got all the big names that you could want, including up-and-coming 3-year-olds and the top 3 finishers of last year's Breeders' Cup Classic, now older horses. Sierra Leone Fierceness and Forever Young. Pretty awesome to see all of those coming back on top of the good 3-year-olds.
So good for racing, so good for us as fans of the game. And obviously covering it, but we're fans at the heart of it, that we've got those good 3-year-olds back this year as 4-year-olds, and we've had such a good crop of 3-year-olds, obviously sovereignty, journalism. I mean, we're really blessed to have these horses come back and all hook up together. This is as good a classic as we've seen in a while.
Certainly is, and last year, Sierra Leone was victorious. The question that we kind of teased earlier is, what does he need to do to repeat and defend his title?
Well, first of all, he has to run faster than everybody else and finish in front. Now, obviously, he's a closer. He needs pace, and he should get ample pace. I don't know if it's 100% whether he's going to be accompanied by his rabbit. Is it contrary thinking?
Yes.
Or not, but I do think there's going to be ample pace on anyway to help set up his late run. He's ultra consistent. I don't think there's been a race ever in his career where he didn't show up.
Yeah.
You know, and it looks like he matured. He started losing that habit of wanting to lean on horses or lug in, if you will. And again, he's a closer, so pace is critical for him to show his best run.
He comes rolling late, and he's been able to run down some very nice horses, obviously winning last year's Breeders' Cup Classic Might be his tallest order yet, though, in this year's Breeders' Cup Classic, especially with the likes of Sovereignty in there. As we bring Maggie into the conversation, Maggie, you got to go right to the source talking with Flavian just now. But same question for you. In your opinion, what does Sierra Leone have to do to win against this group?
Well, he has to run straight, right? And I know for the most part I'd say he's 90% over that lugging in habit, but go back and watch Whitney. He still wanted to lug in a bit. I don't think he was necessarily ever getting too antiquarian with the situation that happened with Mindframe. Just really put him behind the 8-ball, and just overall a bit more forwardly placed horses with not as much work to do were able to get the jump on him. He's a horse that is predominantly worked on the inside of horses, so it'll be interesting to see what kind of draw he gets to. I think he's a horse that would love to be drawn towards the inside and be able to kind of run his race around there. But again, he's likely to get a fast pace because it is the Breeders' Cup Classic. As we heard Flavian say, it's in California. They tend to go a bit faster, and while most of the horses are East Coast or Kentucky based, it's a big field, and that's generally what happens. You kind of saw it, obviously, you tend to see it in the Kentucky Derby, you tend to see it in the Breeders' Cup Classic. So I think there's every chance for him to win again, but he hasn't run a number as fast as Sovereignty did in that Travers. So he has a real younger rival in that one.
He does, and it's exciting. We get a chance to see them settle it on the track in that Breeders' Cup Classic, Maggie. And just as she was pointing out, in the Jockey Club Gold Cup, he did finish second early on in the race when Mindframe lost his rider, Irad Ortiz. Flavian and Sierra Leone had to steady at the back and actually leapt over Irad Ortiz, who was on the ground at that point.
Yeah, he was certainly compromised at the start, Sierra Leone, because of the incident and trying to avoid Irad Ortiz, who was prone on the racetrack, and so he took up. But he was compromised the most out of the horses that finished. Obviously, the horse that was compromised the most was Mindframe, because he was basically eliminated at the start, lost his rider, and we don't know if he would have been up to the task. I mean, he had already defeated Sierra Leone once before. So, yes, Sierra Leone certainly affected by what happened and probably cost him the race in the sense that Mindframe didn't get to compete.
There's Chad Brown's charge in this upcoming second race. Leslie's Humor, who got the win last time out. She came running late. First level allowance victory, so stepping up to the next level of competition today. And she's the favorite, as we'll see if they can make it 2 in a row. Let's meet the rest of the field, though, starting off with Flavian Prat's mount out too late.
Yeah, definitely a closing type, will save ground. Flavian has a consistent habit of putting these kind of horses a little bit more in the game than other riders are able to get them.
Wired by do-gooder last time out. There is the 2 blind spot, declared a non-starter at Woodbine last time.
Yeah, and I just feel like this one is more of a closing type on the turnback.
Obstreperous, she often lives up to her name.
Yeah, can be obstreperous, and she can lay up a little bit close, particularly Ricardo Santana, consistently aggressive.
Here's Ever So Sweet. She used to be showing a lot of early speed.
And now you get Joel Rosario instead of Johnny Velasquez. Where will she be early?
Top Gun Girl, dirt to turf.
Shows more dirt on speed on dirt, than turf.
Loon Cry coming out of Stakes Company.
But more of a deep closing type in the race. Again, I'm just not seeing a tremendous amount of speed.
Delightful Flame, she should be forward.
Yeah, I think this could maybe even turn out to be your speed a little bit here. She can be forward in a race that doesn't appear to have sprint speed.
And Leslie's Humor, your favorite to the outside.
Comes off a really nice effort, but got legitimate pace to run at. How is it going to shape up for her today is the big question.
We always have all kinds of good promos going on over at Naira Bets. You can get a $15 bonus when you bet $75 each on Churchill Downs and Santa Anita Park. Closing day at Santa Anita, right?
Is it closing day?
I think it is.
Yeah.
And opening at Churchill.
There's a lot going on.
I know. Check out Naira Bets. Be sure to opt in over there. There's her favorite, Leslie's Humor. We'll take a look at her last race back on September 27th, where, yes, she did come running late. Now, the horse on the inside, the one Kinane Fort Brad Cox, looked like she was full of horse and really had to steady sharply, just not any room there in the stretch, totally blocked in, whereas Leslie's Humor got the clear sailing to the outside. So we'll see if she can do it again.
And get that inside-out trip, right? That's what you want to do. Save ground on turns in turf racing. And then if you get the opportunity to slide out in the clear, this way you don't have to stop and start. You're on a 1,000-pound animal. It's not as easy as when you're driving your car, tap on the brakes, hit the accelerator. Horses can't gain the momentum that quickly again.
Leslie's Humor certainly was best, though. She finished 12 in there, 9-5 now, as she will try to go back-to-back. The number 4 in Ever So Sweet for Brad Cox, though, as mentioned, she showed a lot of sprint speed early. She has had some stops and starts in her form cycle. She kind of seems like one that's maybe a little bit tricky to keep on the track. As we'll take a look at her race last September of 2024, where she won and wired the field. She had one race after that in Stakes Company, and she's only raced once in 2025 in an off-the-turf race in August.
Yeah, and I think you just got to put a line through that, right? So, but at least she had that race under her belt, a little bit of recency. It's still a little far back, but her turf form is infinitely better than that one race that we see on the dirt for her. She's a player, a major player here. Now, Johnny Velasquez off his mounts. Joel Rosario picks up the mount. And the reason I asked that question is, where will she be early? You know, one thing with Joel, he's sometimes not as easy to handicap as the horses he rides. You expect the horse to have more speed, and he takes him from off the pace, and they run a great race. Or, you know, the flip side of it, a horse that has very little speed, sometimes they show up with speed. It works for Joel. It's not always, like I said, the most orthodox moves, but you can't, anybody that argues that Joel Rosario isn't maybe the best turf sprint rider they've ever seen, he's got to be in that conversation.
Incredibly instinctual rider, as she's 5-1. Maggie, Ever So Sweet. She hasn't raced much this year. How does she look in here today?
Keisha, she hasn't raced much, period, in her career, as she has trouble staying on the racetrack, which kind of is my biggest knock against her. Now, she comes in here fit. She is one that when she was younger, she would get herself pretty revved up prior to her races. But yet again, much like going back to last year when I saw her, she was pretty relaxed. I wish she looked a little bit better in the warm-up, and we'll see if she can get back to her speedy ways, because, and I'm willing to forgive her for the Indiana race where it was a sloppy racetrack, but before that, she just didn't show her customary early speed. So we'll see. And as Mig was pointing out, it's tough to always know what Joel Rosario is going to do. And Akeisha, I know you can relate to this, because you'll do the handicapping show with Andy and you'll have your thoughts, and then you'll come down here and you're like, oh man, these horses aren't showing me what I want to see from them physically, the ones that I like. And it's just, it's tough, because then your thoughts get totally muddled. And I will say that back in the paddock, when it came to my pick number 1, Out Too Late, I don't really like her. But then I watched her warm up with Flavian Prat aboard, and she really kind of warmed up to me. She looked fantastic, galloping off for him. And as you guys pointed out, I like Flavian getting aboard. And last time out, she broke a bit slow from the outside post position. Then she moved up wide, and then she went really wide in the stretch and was able to run on. And the bulk of the races that I watched from Kentucky Downs, it really felt as though inside trips were the winning ones. So I'm willing to upgrade a horse that, you know, had that outside trip there at Kentucky Downs. So I'm going to take Out Too Late here, but I respect your favorite in number 8 on the outside, Leslie's Humor. But let's talk about number 6, Loon Cry, who on paper I can't necessarily endorse, because she's such a deep closing sprinter, and there's no guarantee that we're going to see any sort of pace set up for her. But you want to talk about just blindly picking horses on appearances? She by far looked the best in the prelims, like by miles. So we'll see if she can run to her appearance today, and whether she's able to unleash a better closing kick than what we've seen from her as of late. Then, and speaking of pace, number 7, Delightful Flame. You know, she just ran 2 back in only her second turf start in a stake race. Like, she needs Lasix. I mean, she was contesting the pace and then just stopped. And 2, she got pretty wound up prior. Keisha, I think you were covering that race, I hope. I mean, the comment line says fractious gait. And a lot of times when horses don't have Lasix, they will be a little bit more wound up. It actually kind of calms them. So she is nice and calm today, nicely on the bridle. It's not like she's too quiet or anything like that. But otherwise, physically, looks as though she's doing well. And I think her last effort in off the turf race kind of speaks to that with her fastest race to date. And I've always thought that she looks more like a turf sprinter. Acacia?
Delightful Flame. Yeah, Maggie, I did that Galway 2-back and totally agree with you. She did act up in the gate that day. She also got quite hot, Richie. And sometimes horses that do need to run on Lasix and they get kind of washy and wound up prior to their races, and it just kind of takes it out of them a little bit. And the Lasix in races where it's approved can really help to just kind of settle and mediate all of that.
Take a little bit of that edge off. It's one of the byproducts of Lasix. And her 2 starts with Lasix were by far and away her 2 best starts. One on dirt last time to Gratefully, who we'll see later on a turf race. And then 2 back before that on the turf when she was beating the nose, so she gets Lasix back. Looks like she has. I was so tempted to pick her. I was going back and forth between the 4, Ever So Sweet, and the 7, Delightful Flame. The one thing they have in common, they both should create good trips for themselves because they have natural speed.
There is the 4, Ever So Sweet, though, who you did land on. And yes, we do have some questions about the pace and how is it going to play out. And to Maggie's point, the fact that she just doesn't stay on the racetrack as consistently as some of these others, too. Sometimes, though, it is not easy, but maybe the smoothest process with layoffs or horses that have kind of gaps in their races with turf sprints to get them ready to come back.
Yeah, and also we always got to take into account connections, right? And I'm not going to question Brad Cox, off the layoff. I mean, he just is consistently so good at what he does. Again, I wanted speed here. I wanted someone that's going to be forward. Now someone will win from, left field.
7-5 on Leslie's Humor, though, as they load in on the turf, sprinting here on the grass for the fillies and mares. Fun race coming up. We'll see how it plays out. Chris Griffin standing by for the call.
Last load to the outside. Leslie's Humor moving forward. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Delightful Flame gets the first call. It's got a nose in front. Having to check hard at the back there was Blind Spot, the early trailer. Top Gun Girl is now in between horses. Now takes a head advantage. Ever So Sweet wants to join the early mix. That's the leading trio. It's going to be Top Gun Girl, who's a half length in front of Delightful Flame, stalking from second towards the outside. Ever So Sweet is at the rail in third. Leslie's Humor is in a nice spot here in fourth, just moving right along here, center of the course. At the rail behind them, Obstreperous. They're followed towards the outside here. Now moving forward comes Out Too Late, and the 2 at the back. That's Loon Cry with Blind Spot. 22-1 for the opening quarter mile, pretty tightly packed. And Top Gun Girl with the nose in front. Delightful Flame ready to pounce. No excuses. Leslie's Humor ranging up on the outside, 3 wide, and gets the cue to kick for home. They reach the top of the lane. Leslie's Humor now sprinting up on the outside of Delightful Flame, who's a nose in front, but for how long? Leslie's Humor has now pushed on by. Leslie's Humor is in the clear, is opening up here late. A 16th left to go, and this is an easy victory. Leslie's Humor. Clean trip and much the best. Delightful Flame second, Ever So Sweet third, and Top Gun Girl in 1 minute 8 seconds flat.
Leslie's Humor does it again, back-to-back wins, as you heard from Chris saying got a clean trip and getting the victory here against a nice field.
Yeah, and the key to the victory was Dylan Davis putting her in the game. The horses that were up close seemed to have the best of it. Delightful Flame ran a bang-up race to be second. She was up on the pace. But Dylan putting Leslie's Humor into the race. And you get the Davis exacta here. Dylan over Katie. We got Grade 1 winning sire Robbie Davis and a Grade 1 winning mare and Marguerite, his wife.
Yeah, absolutely.
Multiple Grade 1s now.
Multiple Grade 1s. Davis family exacta was a generous price on the number 7 Delightful Flame we talked about, and she ran very well last time. She was 10-1.
Yeah, she had a big price, you know, and Maggie bringing up the Lasix part of it, where her best races have been when she competed on Lasix. Another good run by her. Dave Duggan has done terrific work this year. These horses aren't winning, they're running well. They're hitting the board, they look good. He and his wife Lara do a tremendous job, but the perfect trip, Leslie's Humor, getting into the race early was the key.
7-5, she gets the job done. Back-to-back wins for Leslie's Humor, 8-7, 4-5 with the victory. Dylan Davis over Katie Davis, as ever so sweet. She was actually further back today, just as we were kind of saying, not really knowing where she would be positioned.
Yeah, but she worked out a good trip,
She
even
did.
though
She
she
ran
was
on well late.
right a little bit further back, but she saved ground. She was in behind horses, angled out, finished with some interest. But Leslie's Humor was the right horse, and the public was all over her early, in the middle, and late.
Leslie's Humor with the win, coming back to the winner's circle. When we come back, we'll continue our Breeders' Cup conversation. Todd Pletcher and Ted Noffey, not to be confused with Ned Toffee. Ted Noffey, the horse, hopeful winner, Breeders' Futurity winner, and the likely favorite heading into the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. We'll get a little bit more insight on him after this.
Million two, right there, 1,200,000.
Baeza gets his moment in the sun in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Chancer Mick Patrick wins the Champagne impressively.
Spectacular display from Scottish Lassie, who's in front by 15 lengths.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. I love those pumpkins. Did you do a pumpkin with the grandkids?
I didn't. That was one thing I didn't do. I was going to ask you, did you carve one this year?
No, because we're going to be at Breeders' Cup for Halloween.
Gotcha.
But I have little skeleton earrings that I plan to wear Friday. So
Okay.
I've still got my little
I
Halloween.
hope we get a shot of these. You know, it's
I love Halloween. It's my favorite holiday, actually.
Is it really?
Yes, it is.
I rode my first winter in New York on Halloween,
Very cool.
1980.
So you should like it, too.
A long time ago. A really long time ago.
A lot of fun. As we see into the winner's circle, Leslie's Humor, back-to-back wins for this filly who worked out a great trip, and Dylan Davis doing absolutely the right thing and putting her into the race.
Yeah, it was critical, and not a tremendous amount of speed signed on early, although I think it wound up being legitimate enough. But Leslie's Humor, always in the right spot, is able to outgame Delightful Flame, who came up with another big effort with Lasix, and Ever So Sweet rallied on mildly to be third.
There she is in the yellow cap as she kicks on with Delightful Flame for a Davis exacta, Dylan Davis and Katie Davis. Momentarily.
It must be pretty cool to turn for home, know you have horse, and look over and see your sibling.
Yeah. But do you think, I think it probably makes them fight harder, right?
Oh, absolutely.
They're
You don't
competitive.
want your sibling
We're all
to
pretty
beat ya.
competitive.
Oh, absolutely.
Brothers.
Oh, I would give anything. One of my brothers next to me. I might get taken down, or I have to rough them up a little. At least a little, no?
Make things a little interesting. Leslie's Humor with the win, $4.96 winner over Delightful Flame and late rally from Ever So Sweet. We turn the page on to race 3. It is our Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spencer Farms. 6-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief, sire of this year's Kentucky Derby and Belmont Stakes winner Sovereignty, who of course we can't wait to see in the British Cup Classic. More experience to sink your teeth into. This is the 2-year-old boys here. In race 3, we saw the fillies in the opener, and it is the 7 nearly for Todd Pletcher. Todd Pletcher looking to sweep both of the early 2-year-old races.
Todd, so good with his trio, so good with all of his horses, and horses well placed on the outside for a first-time starter. By Not this time has been an incredibly white-hot stallion. And you get Ricardo Santana, because once again, Johnny Velasquez off his mounts today, heading to the Breeders' Cup. Johnny's going to have pretty good dance card. I was communicating with Kieran McLaughlin, his agent, earlier today, and boy, I'd like to have his lineup of horses to ride. He looks like he's very, very well mounted.
Yeah, John Velasquez has been aboard for all 3 starts on Ted Noffey, named for what was a funny misspelling of Spendthrift's Ned Toffee and his name. And not only is it fun with the name, but the horse is also very, very good as we take a look at the pre-entries for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
He is very good. Beautiful long stride on him. Looks like he's got a great mind on him. And he purposely went to Keeneland to run 2 turns because they're going to have to go 2 turns at the Breeders' Cup at Del Mar. And if he had stayed in New York for the Champagne, he had already won 2 races around 1 turn. So this was to give him more experience of what he's going to have to face and contend with. But I love the way this horse waits on his rider's cues. He doesn't run like a typical 2-year-old Acacia. He natural speed, gets his spot, and then he's like, okay, you tell me what you want, and I'll give it to you.
Striking son of Into Mischief. You see kind of the Spender influence all over there as he's 3 for 3, and he has been training beautifully up in Saratoga in preparation for his trip out to Del Mar and trying to keep that undefeated record going. Got a chance to catch up with trainer Todd Pletcher on how Ted Noffey is doing out of that Breeders' Futurity win.
We wanted to get some 2-turn experience, and he handled that super. Back here, he's trained really well. He's very straightforward. You know, he's kind of does what he wants to do in the mornings in terms of his gallops are pretty routine. And when you breeze him, he's perfectly willing to relax and go easy or pick it up if you need to. So 3 races under his belt and a good 2-turn experience. We're just kind of hoping to keep him happy in between races now.
For a horse like him that clearly was precocious, winning first time out and being able to continue that on, how special is that, as you've of course had a very strong year with 2-year-olds this summer in Saratoga?
Yeah, I mean, that's what you hope for when you're preparing them for their debut and showing some promising works, and then you're always excited to see if they you know, prove that in the afternoons, and he certainly has.
He's delivered, that's for sure, winning the hopeful by 8.5 lengths in just pretty much the length of the stretch, then winning the Breeders' Futurity by open lengths as well. He's delivered every time he's come to the racetrack.
He's delivered, and you know, so obviously the ability's there, but what I really like is when you watch this horse in the post-parade, you watch him in the starting, you watch him train in the mornings, he's got such a maturity about him, and he just seems so level-headed. Again, we talked about Sovereignty and how intelligent he comes off. This horse has that. He just kind of surveys the situation. I got it. I can handle it. And for a rider to have a 2-year-old with that kind of mind be that cool, such a help.
And he is a striking gray for sure. What did Ned Toffee say? We're both gray, and he's out of an old-fashioned mare, and I also like old-fashions.
I like it. There's a lot of things. Hey, and this goes a lot of directions when Ted Noffey, excuse me, winds up having a stallion career. I'm sure one of those babies has got to be named Ned Toffee, right?
I know.
So.
We shall see. As Todd Pletcher, he has the favorite as a 2-year-old coming up in this next race, and nearly. But another trainer who had a good year with 2-year-olds is George Weaver. Sci-Fair was very impressive first time out, and she's going to take on the boys in the juvenile turf sprint. We'll learn a little bit more about her after this. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
The lead belongs to Epic Ride. He is showing them a clean pair of heels.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The Cup is calling at the Breeders' Cup with Naira Bets. Download the Naira Bets app or sign up at NairaBets.com to get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus today. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, and boost your bankroll with lucrative promotions. Play the Breeders' Cup World Championship with Naira Bets. New players sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match only with Naira Bets.
You're never more here than when you're here. Here is more than just a horse race. Here is where you want to be. And here's the horse that's going to make it happen.
They're off in the Breeders' Cup.
Here she is, coming around the final turn. Making sure that this year, you won't be anywhere else, but here.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire.
RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races. Very glad to have you with us as we take a look at horses in the paddock for our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. There is Nearly, the son of Not This Time, who's currently the 5-2 favorite for Centennial Farms on the outside.
Yeah, I think just very well placed. You know, on the outside, must be training well in the morning because he's taking money. And by Not This Time, boy, what it seems like he gets runners going any distance, any surface.
There was a stake at Keeneland where he had 7 of the 12 runners.
Yeah, pretty remarkable, huh?
Pretty incredible. As favoritism actually now shifting over to Dark Assault. But Maggie, down in the paddock for the Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old paddock report. What are they showing you?
This is a good-looking crew, Acacia, that's for sure. And we'll start with Nearly, who was taking a lot of that early money. And, you know, Andy Serling and I were talking about this. It always feels like Centennial Farm, you know, when they have a horse in, it's generally a runner, especially this type of horse. You know, they paid $335,000. They don't buy that many horses. So it always seems like the colts that they do, they generally perform. And I could go on and on as you guys kind of just were about Not This Time, and just the incredible stats he puts up as a sire. And with his 2-year-old first-time starters, he hits at 17%. There isn't much immediate production from this family, but the second dam was Stormy Frolic, and she was pretty good. She's a multiple stakes winner and posting some fast buyer speed figures as well. So he's been very professional. Granted, he's had the luxury of being down here at the other end by himself, as I think everybody else is getting themselves a little wound up by each other. But again, he just gives off that professional, classy vibe here and looks very ready. And while it's a pedigree that says, yeah, he could go further, kind of like Todd's horse in the first race. He looks as though he'll handle this 6.5 furlongs, really well-developed hindquarters to him. So a lot of things to like about Nearly. Moving on to number 3, Strong Effort. He's by Practical Joke, and looks like he's trying to play a lot of jokes here on his poor groom. He's been a little naughty since they've gotten the tack on him. Striking individual, though. He's very good looking and does have a pedigree to back that up, as he is a half to reinvestment risk, who is a multiple grade 1 placed runner, who also won his first start as a 2-year-old. But there's only been one other winner, so 2 of the 4 foals that have run have been winners. Again, incredibly good looking. Probably needs a start for fitness. Definitely needs a start, at least from what he's showing me here in the paddock, from a mental standpoint. Oh, you are bad. Stop, man. All right, so move on to a long shot here. That's number 6, Fight for Allegiance, for Linda Rice. And I know this guy's a big price, but that's kind of typical with Linda in these, loaded looking maiden special weights, where Chad has 2 and Todd has 1, and it's just, it is what it is. We know Linda for her success with her claiming horses, but she can get a first-time starter to run well. I don't know if we'll see that necessarily for this first-time starter, but Violence, incredibly good with his first-time starters, 19%. And the Dam, she was a stakes-winning dirt sprinter. This is her first foal, and Linda actually trained the Dam. I like this guy. He makes a great impression on me. Classy acting, good size, matches up really well physically with a lot of the horses that are taking money in here. Yes, Linda's horses generally move forward with the start, but Acacia, I'm going to watch this one with a lot of interest in how he performs today, and maybe one that, if he shows a bit of ability this time around, definitely will set him up for a big performance in his second start.
18-1, biggest price on the board. Maggie, thank you. Fight for Allegiance, who has a steady work tab coming in, and there is a look at another first-time starter, George Weaver, represented by 2 in here. There's Epic Summer, son of Vacoma, who's another one who has made an incredibly good impression as a young stallion. George Weaver, though, in particular, had a lot of success with his turf sprinters this summer, including Sci-Fair, who won impressively first time out, and he's had high hopes from her right from the beginning. Let's hear from George.
She was impressive on debut. A little disappointed to finish second in the was a Bolton Landing, but she ran a really, really nice race over a Woodbine and showed how explosive she can be. I think the 5/8 mile is going to fit her very well out there too.
What's the thought process with her and going to the Breeders' Cup and taking on the boys?
As soon as she won her debut, I was like, if she can do that, she'll be live in that race out there. Sure, her numbers say that she's live and she can win it. I wish they had a filly version of it. They probably could justify that if they wanted to, but they don't, so we'll run against the boys. We ran against the boys at Woodbine. It wasn't a problem, and I'm not worried about that.
George Weaver with turf sprinters, they've been synonymous, and Sci-Fair took on the boys in the Algonquin last time out, and she was able to show a new dimension, being a little bit further back than she had previously.
It just makes a rider's life so much easier when a horse has that versatility. The brakes don't always go your way, get out of the gate cleanly or something. Or if there's, the worst thing in the world is to have a horse that it has to run on the pace, and then you're challenged by some no chance, a 50-1 shot, that all they're going to do is take the starch out of you. So to have a horse that can adjust to the situation just makes life so much easier.
Sci-Fair picking up that win against the boys in the Algonquin last time out, finished a second in the Bolton Landing behind Snowface Princess, another Todd Pletcher at the time 2-year-old, and see if Sci-Fair can effectively keep that momentum going into the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. Meeting the field for race 3, though, George Weaver. We continue with him. He's sending out 2, starting off with the 1, Golfy.
Yeah, a good pedigree here. Full to Admiral Dennis, a stakes winner on dirt, and now gets off the turf to dirt.
Epic Summer, first-time starter for George.
The mare did win on debut. Your track Rosario, taking a little bit of money.
First-time starter who was quite green back in the paddock. Strong Effort.
He is a handful, and he just lost his balance and fell over. It looked like Flavian was able to fall clear of him. He is off loose now, and we most likely will have a late scratch.
So he is loose on the track. We saw from our vantage point Flavian Prat on his feet, looking like one of the outriders trying to corner him. Post-parade continuing, but everybody moving pretty slowly and cautiously, as it does look like he has been apprehended by the outrider.
He seemed very interested in going to the pony. He acts maybe like he's a touch studdish.
Yep.
And that was a prime example. The camera's on him. When a horse gets that high in the air, they're 1,000 pounds. He just lost his footing, and he actually fell kind of gently over.
He did, and there he is, apprehended by the outrider. Let's go to Maggie for an update.
Literally standing right like 10 feet away. I was, guys, watch him with that pony. Watch him with that pony. Boom, that's what happened. I was kind of surprised that he even went to the pony and didn't get up here quick enough to warn them about how badly he was acting, the pony riders. But Flavian's back here on the racetrack. So the attending veterinarian is going to take a look at him. As you guys said, he did kind of slow motion fall over, and obviously on the dirt here, it's not nearly as bad as the rubber bricks back in the paddock. So they're going to make a decision here. I do see the vet on the walkie-talkie. That generally means that they're going to scratch him, but Flavian says he is A-okay here, guys, and a horse that after this performance, I would say, is a major candidate for a gelding.
I could understand that. I would imagine after a $900,000 yearling purchase, they're hoping not, as looks like Flavian is actually getting, let's see. Nope, he's taking his tack off. Yeah. Well, that makes sense, and I was wondering what they would do because he did go slowly, but typically, Richie, here at NYRA, it's an automatic scratch no matter what happens if they flip or if they land on their hind end like that.
Yeah, I think it's the right move. There'll be another day. You don't want to put a horse out there. You don't know what he might have tweaked. Even though he fell what appeared to be gently, he's still a 1,000-pound animal. And Flavian did some job. You're the jockey. You're the captain of the ship. And they get up that high in the air, you got to make a judgment. Do I stay with this ship, or do I got to go to self-preservation? And he stayed with him. Watch the way he gets up and the way he moves his legs. This is an aggressive move. He's flailing at the handler, at the pony. And you're up so high here, now you feel, all right, now watch how he keeps his mind, lands on his feet away from him, steps back. You know the kind of presence of mind and ice water you have running through your veins to get up that high on a horse like that and step off the way he did at the right moment?
Well, for anybody that ever has ridden a horse, and I imagine it's even more so the case with jockeys, you need to learn how to fall. And it's something that it's not a if it's going to happen. It's going to happen for anybody that rides a horse ever. And it's something that you have to kind of think quickly, because sometimes it happens, sometimes it catches you off guard. I wonder if the way he was acting, Flavian was a little bit anticipating he might try something funny there, but you need to know how to fall and how to protect yourself.
How to fall, how to get away from one at the precise. But he hung in there as long as humanly possible, and then was able to step away. Now, you know, for people that don't know, why do jockeys wear white pants? It's mandated to wear white pants because a horse will try to miss you if they can pick you up in their sight line. So the white against the contrast of the dirt or the contrast of the green of the turf, a horse is going to be able to pick you up sooner. And that's actually on the books. You have to wear white pants, at least in New York. California, I see they wear black pants on sloppy racetracks. I think it's a mistake. You want a horse, because a horse will do his level best to miss you. And just what you're saying, balling up, tucking up, becoming a smaller target if it's within the confines of the race. One of the worst times I ever got hurt is I just didn't have the opportunity. You know, me and another horse crashed into each other, and I was basically unconscious before I left the horse's back. So I was so spread out, and that's the first time I broke my neck. But
the first time.
No, but you do. You really have to learn to ball up, try to lead with the point of your shoulder, not with your head or your neck, and get as tight as you possibly can, trying to, you know, protect your internal organs, your face, your head, and then the horses will try to miss you if they can.
Well, that's something Manny Franco had to do last time at Maggie with the Forest Schoolyard Superman, as things just got very tight down on the rail. Thankfully, everybody was okay, but he's now become your favorite.
Yeah, Schoolyard Dream, and Manny is one of those jockeys that's just pure athlete. He has that kind of rubber band man type of physique, and I've seen him, go down and he just kind of rolls and bounces, as Richie was saying. And to elaborate on that, they teach classes. I'm not sure, jockeys necessarily take it, but for instance, event riders in cross country, they are kind of taught how to fall off because they're going pretty fast and they're jumping some pretty solid jumps out there. So the likelihood for them to fall off is a bigger percentage. Thankfully, Flavian is A-okay. And number 3, Strong Effort, who is a late scratch here, is still making his presence known. He's screaming back in the paddock where they're holding him during the running of this race. Hear him? Yep. As number 4, Schoolyard Superman, getting back to him, he was favored before that incident, turning for home. And I thought he was a bit green in the paddock that day and thought he was about 95% fit, just that he'd get a lot of fitness out of a race. And while he only kind of ran technically 3/4 of a race, he looks so much more fit, and boy, was he so much more professional. Now, there is that intangible of, does a horse think about it? Does a horse, react badly the next time that they're in a race to what happened, to that dramatic fall that he had? In my experience, and Andy and I were talking about this earlier, with boys, with colts and geldings, they tend to just get over it a lot easier. There's like, whatever. The fillies are the ones that there's a bit more self-preservation, I think, a lot of times, and so they're the ones that it'll play out in their mind and maybe hold them back a bit more from putting forth a big effort. But he warmed up beautifully. As I said, he's acting better, he's fitter, and he does have speed, which we saw in that first race. Moving on to George Weaver's first-time starter, number 2, Epic Summer. I love Vacoma. He hits at 23% with his 2-year-old first-time starters. Now, it's a bit more of a turf and synthetic family on the bottom. Although the second dam, Summer Miss, she was a greatest stakes winner, multiple stakes winner, actually sprinting on the dirt. So you go back a generation and there's some validation for entering him here in this dirt sprint. He was a little bit green when he first came in. He got a little bit hot and sharp, and then actually once he was saddled, he cooled out and chilled out a bit, especially out on the racetrack. I watched some of his workouts. They were okay. He's taking some nibbles here. I won't be surprised if he runs well, but do I like him in the face of, the 4 or the 7? Not as much, Acacia.
Certainly fair. Maggie, thank you. Let's see how it plays out. 4-5 now in the 4, Schoolyard Superman. Richie, though, there's the horse you're going to land on, the 7, Nearly. What was it about him that piqued your interest?
I love the draw post position outside in a short field now. 6 horses, 6 of 6. Todd Pletcher so good at preparing his young horses, and the horse took money. Making a nice impression here, Centennial Farms. They buy a good horse consistently. Good-looking horses. Listen, the 4, Schoolyard Superman, had run, was very green, never in a comfortable spot, but then he did fall, and you don't know how a horse is going to react to that.
Nearly to the outside, first-time starter, Schoolyard Superman, the favorite, though, with some experience. We'll see how it plays out here. Race 3, Chris Griffin has the call, Spencer Farm, 2-year-old race of the day.
All set. And they're off. Hopping in the air at the start was Nearly. Fight for Allegiance was off a step slow, too. Schoolyard Superman has early speed, has a neck advantage with Dark Assault, and at the rail, here comes Epic Summer. That's the front trio, and Nearly is now warming to the task, has gotten into 4th. At the rail, Gulfy starts to rush up, and Gulfy is now challenging for that 4th position. The early trailer, Fight for Allegiance. They work up the backstretch, and Epic Summer's in front. Schoolyard Superman is a challenging 2nd with Gulfy at the rail, progressing here into 3rd. Dark Assault is out wider in 4th. Less than 4 furlongs to travel. 22.59 was that opening quarter mile. Under the shove at the back of the field is Nearly, not making up ground yet, and Fight for Allegiance. Dark Assault is ready to pounce 3 wide. Schoolyard Superman in between horses battles on. At the rail, that's Epic Summer. from the back, Fight for Allegiance is rallying now, and here comes Fight for Allegiance. Golfy, they're trying to catch the top trio who still go at it. Epic Summer still there. Epic Summer with a neck in front. Dark Assault with every chance to run by. Schoolyard Superman in between horses has to pick it up, but Epic Summer is just opening up the margin once again. Epic Summer is now up by 2.5. Epic Summer is going to win it. It's all Epic Summer. Joel Rosario to get the score. Epic Summer wins it tight there. Schoolyard Superman to the inside of Dark Assault. Then came another photo, Fight for Allegiance, and Golfy in 1 minute 16.30 seconds.
Epic Summer wins in the fall, but wins pretty easily as well. Son of a coma for George Weaver, who's just had a sensational year with his 2-year-olds.
Really has done a tremendous job. Now, he learned from Todd Pletcher. He came out of a pretty good academy in its own right. Todd obviously graduating from the Wayne Lucas School. Horse was game, good speed, was fit, drifting a little bit in the stretch, but it was always clear, and got it done. Epic Summer. Another Vacoma winning.
Yeah, another, just amazing. 9-1. I think in the photo for second, yeah, it looked like Schoolyard Superman, the favorite, held on over the 5 Dark Assault, so experienced second and third. But Epic Summer, 9-1 debut winner. And while he was sharp early and looked comfortable throughout, the 7 nearly just never really looked like he got into the race or got in a comfortable stride.
Who's that again? I'm sorry.
The 7, nearly?
He didn't. And then he was acting very green in the back when he was taking kickback, ducked in at one point pretty sharply. A horse that just was very green. I don't know how much run he had regardless. He just didn't seem as focused as he would have needed to be competitive here.
9-1, first-time starter, though. Epic Summer gets the win, 2-4, 5-6 in race 3. Joel Rosario and George Weaver with the win. We'll bring you prices and more when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
The best 2-year-old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Hit back, $1,500,000.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us. As we saw a first-time starter, you got a George Weaver 2-year-old at 9-1. Not something that happens very often. We've seen the majority of his success with turf 2-year-olds, but this one was well spotted and he was ready for his debut.
Ready, game, professional, and kept finding under that Joel Rosario hand ride.
Joel Rosario picks up the win, and he's standing by with Maggie.
Always bundles and oodles of laughs here with Joel Rosario. Oh, helmet's off. The hair is flowing.
Lovely, yes, right.
It's always a little fluffy under the helmet. But Joel, talk a little bit about this horse for George Weaver. In that epic summer, there was a moment when he broke, and he broke from, the more inside, and you just made that decision to send him on through there.
Yeah, I mean, I broke him at Saratoga a couple times for Georgia, and he broke really well out of there, and then he's the kind of horse that kind of just one pace. He finished for you, but you kind of just had to ride him a little bit, and I thought gonna be maybe lane third or something like that, but he broke good, and looked like the horse didn't want to be. He looked like he didn't want to be there, so I just kind of pushed myself a little bit, and I know he's steady going, so not trying to give it too much to.
Do you think that move, obviously, did that win you the race, being that decisive and going to the lead with him?
Yeah, I mean, probably it did. I just don't want to him to just go back. I know he won pace, so I just kind of just had to ride him there, and everything they give me going forward, I take it. So he ended up to be in front. I just stay here.
Well, the only horse I could think of right off the top of my head that you are riding in the Breeders' Cup, I know you're riding more, is Intricate Spirit in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint, and a horse that's just shown an abundance of talent early on. He's really fast. Now, obviously, riding the 5/8 at Del Mar is a little bit different, but you're familiar with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly like you say, that, short distance, 5 furlong, get into the turn right away, and, just... But, you have to have the trip, and, I know it's going to be a lot of horses in the race, so, hopefully he likes that going that distance.
Hopefully he does, but a very good horse in his own right. No matter what happens, best of luck with him. Congrats here.
Thank you.
All right, George Weaver getting a upset victory with Joel at 9-1. Acacia, we generally didn't see that at Saratoga this summer.
No, we did not, Maggie. That was a generous price for sure. $20 winner here. We're George Weaver, 2-year-old in the Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Pretty cool to see them teaming up with an epic summer. Horse is pretty epic.
Well, I mean, George had an epic summer. I wonder if this horse was named before the summer or after that epic summer.
As it was pretty exciting win there, as of course that was our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day by Vekoma, who stands at Spendthrift.
Yeah, so very appropriate.
Exactly. Turning our attention on to race number 4 here. 6.5 furlongs on the main track. Non-winners of 3 in life claiming race, and you've got 3 horses at 5-2 right now on the board of the 5, 6, and 7. Valentine Gift kind of highlighted now to the outside, back down to the level at which she was claimed.
Yeah, but the problem with her, much like what I thought in the last race, who's the main speed here? Where is all this pace coming from? And she is definitely more of a confirmed closing type, where I think the 6, Belcherie, with Ricardo, can be more forward.
Well, it's time for us to leave the set, as you're heading downstairs to report, and I'm heading to the airport. But it was a lot of fun as always.
Yeah, a lot of fun, and happy birthday.
Thank you very much. But never fear, Greg Wolf and Andy Serling coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way. Richie heading down to the paddock to report for a few races and enjoy some sunshine. And we'll learn a little bit more of the story of young up-and-coming trainer Amelia Green, who put in the time, put in the work, and it was always going to be racing for Amelia.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old Colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, Grade 1 winner Bleecker Street, and classic winner National Treasure. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. In August, Velocity scored a breakthrough victory in the Grade 1 Del Mar Oaks over a talented field of graded winners, including Thought Process, Will Then, and Forense Flavor.
Lush Lips, Thought Process, Velocity won it!
It was her third win in her last 4 starts, a showing that included an incredible closing kick to break her maiden at Santa Anita for her owner Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners and trainer Michael McCarthy.
Alston Rose or Velocity, photo finish!
A daughter of the champion Nyquist, Velocity is a half-sister to stakes-placed Open Road, out of a half-sister to the Grade 1 placed runner Fun. Her historic female family features the mighty Man o' War and Triple Crown winner Assault, with contemporary runners including champion National Treasure and Travers Stakes winner Golden Ticket. Grade 1 winner Velocity, selling this November with Blue Water Sales.
Welcome to the 2025 Keeneland September Yearling Sale, where history was made when Three Chimneys Gunrunner, the sire of 2025 Grade 1 winners Sierra Leone, Locked, and Brent, became the first horse in the history of the Keeneland September Sale to sire the session topper of each of the first 4 sessions. Among them was the $3.3 million sale topper, purchased by Peter Brent, M.V. Magner, and Winchell Thoroughbreds. Gunrunner, Breed Shaper, Dream Maker.
John Gaines started this back in the 70s, had such stallions as Riverman, Sharpen Up, Bold Bitter, Leafard, Blushing Groom. I think our slogan says it best: power, passion, performance. We're looking to be a power in not only the breeding sector, but in the whole thoroughbred industry. You know, I think passion describes our team to the best. Mr. Beck and his family have owned this farm for almost 40 years. Brian Graves has been a part of this team for almost 20 years, myself here for 3 years, as we look to continue to grow. And I think performance describes our stallion roster perfectly, both at the racetrack and in the sales ring. And obviously, Tappet was a huge feather in the cap of the farm. He's done well for the last 20 years at stud. We have McKenzie with 5 Grade 1 stakes horses in his first crop. We have Drain the Clock and Olympiad with stellar sales results with our first crop yearlings. We were very excited this year. We brought 4 new stallions in. We had Grade 1 winner Tappet Trice, son of Tappet, another son of Tappet, Mandy Pope, homebred Charge It, Muth, son of Good Magic, only stallion retired this year in Kentucky that was a Grade 1 winner at 2 and 3, and followed it up with Preakness winner and Pennsylvania Derby winner Seize the Great. We were very excited to have a son of Arrogate. We were a big believer in that stallion. We bred to him several times. We're bringing Grade 1 winner Locked, son of Gunrunner, into the stallion roster for 2026. Grade 1 winner at 2 at Keeneland. Grade 2 winner at 3, defeating older horses in the Cigar Mile. Grade 1 winner this year at 4. You know, Brian Graves, Anthony Beck, myself, and the rest of the team here, we look for these horses that are going to hopefully be breed shapers and trying to continue to grow the stallion roster here at Gainesway.
Good to be with you as our coverage continues. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling stepping in for Acacia and Mig. Our program brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance, as we are 15 minutes away from the Sunday Pick 6 coming up on this card. How you doing?
Just getting more and more exciting as every moment goes. I'm doing great. I'm here with you. It's a beautiful day. Got some good racing ahead of us. What more can you ask for?
Yeah, this latter half of this card, I focused in on that, but I have tremendous, incredibly difficult, including a very tough turf sprint.
I agree. Today's 8th race is a very interesting race, and there's potentially a really good horse in that Ray Handel horse that broke her maiden last time out, but she may face some serious pressure up front.
Here's Sassy Princess. This one blinkers on for trainer, who we will tell you more about right now, Amelia Green. She spent the last few years learning the craft under Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher, but now she, of course, is proving she can thrive on her own. Since launching her stable, she's wasted little time making her presence felt on the NYRA circuit.
My first memory of a horse, I mean, it's pretty much before my memories began. I've been very lucky to grow up around horses my entire life. But I'd say when I was like 13, 14 was when this was all I wanted to do. I started out with the show horses, show jumping, and I was lucky enough to jump for England when I was a child. My grandfather was a national hunt trainer in England, so I would say that was the inspiration to trying to get into racing. I think he was the one that was like, why don't you try going to the racing school? When I first came into the industry, I was set on being a jockey. I loved the adrenaline of the going fast and, riding tight in a race, and that was the route I wanted to go. I was incredibly lucky to get a job at Henry Cecil's straight off the racing school. I don't think at the time I realized how good of a position that was. He actually sent me out to America one winter to California, and then he sadly passed away that June. I had a trainer in California, George Papapadromu, that offered to sponsor me for my visa and move out to America. I haven't left working-wise since. Go with Gian if you need to. He should be fine, he's ran already, so regular gallop. I couldn't cut the weight riding races. I'm also a realist, and I knew that I was a pretty average jockey. And then I kind of just plateaued a little bit, and I wasn't really sure what I wanted to do. I spoke to Michael McCarthy, and he said, would you want to go work for Todd Pletcher? And I was like, yeah, I'd love to go work for Todd Pletcher. And so I called him. I think the only thing he said was, when do you want to start?
What was great about Amelia is when she first arrived, she didn't want to just ride. She wanted to be involved in the barn and work the hours that the foreman and the assistants work, to learn all the other stuff that goes into preparing a horse to race.
You just learn something from him every day. As everyone knows, he's not the most vocal person, but if you pay attention to what he's doing and how he's doing things, it's just a great barn to be in and learn in. I think I first told Todd about the desire to train on my own, like 3 years before I actually did it.
My biggest challenge was trying to hold on to her for a couple of years, and I was able to convince her to stay. I think I talked her into another year, and part of the agreement for that year was we would sort of prepare her for some of the things that you need to know when you're training.
He was very supportive from day one. I think he learned that from the Lucas tree, that when someone says they want to do something, he's going to help them get there if he can.
The one thing I'm very proud of is not only the success that they've had, but the way that they conduct themselves, the way they represent themselves, and the way they represent the industry.
You can take her away from the pony, she's good. But when I left Todd's right after Breeders' Cup, I actually didn't have a single horse in my barn. So straight from the Breeders' Cup, we went to the November sale, and I was lucky enough I had 2 owners. We bought a filly called On Command and another filly called Wimberley. And that first week, I did it all myself. I groomed them, I hot walked them, I rode them. That was it, we were up and running.
We give it to On Command, Katie Davis. They win the license fee.
She was always gonna obviously hold a special place in my heart. The first couple of days I was here, I was driving in the gate and just looking over to the Saratoga track and thinking how cool it was to have a barn here of 35 horses in my first year of training. It kind of took me aback for a second, realizing how lucky I am. You're doing what you always wanted to do with your life, working with horses every day. It's pretty cool.
There she is, living out her dream, obviously learned under a mask. Mig, leave her alone.
The dream has got to be speaking of the Mig, right? I think that's everybody's dream.
He's been talked about this before.
I know. He's really a problem. It really is. I know.
He's diligently doing his homework. She's
trying to get rid of him, you can see.
She's had a lot of success early, had a stakes win at Saratoga this summer.
It's been impressive she was winning from out of the gate. Having said that, frankly, it's not that big a surprise. If you're good enough to work for Todd Pletcher, and obviously, as Todd talked about, how he didn't want to lose her and convinced her to stay for a year, then there's a pretty good chance you know your way around a horse. And she's just done great coming out of the gate. It's not easy. I don't care who you are, what the situation is, and I'm thrilled to see her thriving. And frankly, I love seeing women on the front line, getting the attention that they richly deserve and frequently don't get.
What do you think about her filly here, Sassy Princess, the 4?
I don't like her. She's a turf horse. I think that Amelia's taking a shot with her, right? Because turf racing's coming to an end in a few weeks. She's got to figure out what to do with this horse. She's making a significant drop down. It's late in the 4-year-old year. To be fair, her one dirt race was on a sloppy track. But not for me, but who knows? This horse take a lot of money, huh?
Yeah, 9-2 right now. Pick 6 coming up. Let's go down to Mig.
Yeah, guys, and I just asked Amelia Green about the moving back to dirt, turning back in distance with Sassy Princess, and she said exactly what you were just saying, Andy. It's more of an experiment. We're getting down to the end of turf season. Entered her a couple times where she didn't get in, so they're just seeing if she can handle dirt, although she did say she trains really, really well on it. And looking at her from a physical perspective, she could not look any better. She absolutely, just from an overall physical health appearance, would get the Paddock check mark The 6, Belcherie, makes a lot of sense to me as well. This is a filly that comes off a good effort, albeit in the mud, but she's going to be forward in a race where I'm not identifying, unless, Andy, you can enlighten me, a tremendous amount of speed signed on here, and I thought she's going to be well placed, particularly with a aggressive Ricardo Santana, and he is consistently aggressive. And the 7, Valentine Gift, making a real nice appearance, dropping in class as well, but maybe just doesn't have quite the same amount of speed as the 6, Belcherie.
Here's the favorite, 2-1 right now. This one outside, Valentine Gift. Wayne Potts finally got a win after a rough start here to the meet, and Katie Davis will ride this one.
I'll be honest, I didn't really get this horse. Maggie likes this horse a lot more than I do. I could see her winning. I thought she was in a race that collapsed last time. She's going out for a trainer that's not exactly winning a lot of races. I think Belcherie will be favored. Looking at multi-race bets by post time, it's close. I guess she could win. I don't want to call any Mike Maker horse. I like Maxaluna, the 5. Maxaluna was wide against a gold rail last time out. Claimed by Linda Rice. Not saying it's a big trainer change. Michelle Nevin had this horse. You know what I think of Michelle. But I bet horses that were against the track in their prior starts for the most part.
Here's our post parade. We'll start with Bam's Bliss Kiss. Linda Dixon, second off the claim.
Well, I'll say one thing about her. She could be the controlling inside speed. And what we've seen so far, speed's done okay.
Moonlit Weekend has Ruben Silvera.
She just has like one race that gives her a chance to compete here.
Here is Sassy Princess for Amelia Green. We saw the story on.
She's making bad for all the wrong reasons because she has fast figs. They're on the turf going long. This is dirt going short.
Max Aluna, Linda Rice, first off the claim.
I'm going to have to hope she runs her best race. She caught some wet tracks and tougher fields against the track last time. My kind of horse.
Maybe the hottest barn in New York right now. Mike Maker, Belcherie.
New York?
I
think in the galaxy, maybe in the Milky Way.
And Valentine Gift, Wayne Potts, Katie Davis.
Well, listen. Smart people like this horse. Dumb guy up here thinks she can win but prefers others.
7 minutes away from the pick 6.
You want to talk about the pick 6?
10 times loyalty points. We can real quick. On any race in the Gulfstream Park card. Got to opt in at NireBets.com. Let's go through very quickly. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you one thing about it. There's no lean horse, the whole card. I mean, I'm thinking the next race, the 1 will probably be favored. Investment Process, who could win, but I certainly wouldn't be leaning heavily on that, a very tough race. Maybe Sweet Little Lila in the 6th race is a bit of a lean, but you've got first-time stars with pedigree, particularly the 3 Osmosis. The 1 for Chad Brown could move forward.
Yeah.
That's a dangerous race.
The Jeweler for Bill Mott.
Yeah, second time on the turf for Bill. Not impossible. A dirt horse, nonetheless.
Yeah.
But, she was a half to a decent turf sprinter, actually. It came up in conversation with Maggie and I earlier. I like the 3. You got to have hope a little in the 7th, but her career could be over. She's been terrible lately.
I love Intentious. You just can't get out of the gate.
Yeah, and Nita Kay can win, but, it's not like there's somebody you love in there at a short price. You really going to tell me the 8th race you love somebody? I mean, the 10 is good, but she's got to deal with the speed of the 8 potentially, who's got a big turf pedigree. You've got a Wesley Ward horse coming from Chile. I like the 3 being Betty. I thought that was a wildly tough race. And you're going to tell me you think somebody's a stick out in the last race? You want to bet Deemer? You want a single Deemer?
I am done with. Could win, done with.
I'm with you. I'm with you. And the other thing that I don't like about Deemer, she's had 2 races she should have won. Maggie brought this point up earlier to me, and she lost both of them. And that's a bad sign for a horse that ran. And Maggie thought she had more trouble than I did last time, and that's fine. But I can't get past that, and I agree. But she can win. So can Rudy's horse, Nona Joe, off a layoff. I thought Archer's Assault drew well on the inside, and Blame It on KJ drew badly outside, but can certainly win. But I don't think there's a race.
That might be the most difficult race to close it out on the whole card.
Do you think there's one race here where you'd be comfortable, where you think, I'm going to use 2 in here, and I feel like I have a pretty good chance to get through it?
Well, I've done that, and I don't feel confident at all.
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting sequence. And I think from a betting perspective, whether you're looking at the pick 5, the pick 4s, whatever it is, I think there's opportunities in this card to make money, but it's kind of one of those things where maybe you're right once, and that's good enough to carry you through. Whether or not you can make that work in multi-race bets is another story. And I think that we've gotten to a situation in racing where multi-race bets have become the focus of too many people, where everybody wants to play these low takeout pick 5s. But I'm not sure that it's necessarily the greatest way to make money, and they're doing it at the expense of not getting involved in the win pool, which doesn't have CAW money in it, and maybe a lot of people should be directing their attention in different ways. That's my feeling.
I'm with you. If you don't have a strong feeling about a pick 5 and you're just taking stabs, take a step back.
Yeah.
And maybe,
And you're also playing against a lot of people who have money to put in, and they really are sophisticated in how they put their tickets together. So they have the coverage, and they're playing in a smarter way than you. Not a recipe for making money.
Yeah. See analyst selections there. Mig with a 6, Andy to the 5 in a race that will kick off the pick 6, in a pick 6 that feels like we could very well potentially have carryover into next week. See how it plays out.
I would say that I would take even money that it carries.
Okay. Let's go to Mig.
I don't think you take the other side.
Yeah, guys, we'll stick with the 5-horse Maxaluna. She is a 3-year-old filly, so she's, a little bit younger, a little maybe less exposed than some of her older rivals, including the one I picked, the 6 Belle Cherie, who is a 6-year-old mare with only 2 wins. But Maxaluna, got to keep an eye on her going to the gate, guys. I really felt like she lost all of her race last time because of the way she acts getting loaded in the starting gate, and she got really, really worked up about it last time. Not just obstreperous, but kind of almost, she got a little sulky, a little resentful. And I think a key to her success is going to be able to hold it together, not go over that simmering point. She looked great in the post parade, warmed up beautifully, making the first start for Linda Rice. You get Kendrick Carmouche, but keep an eye on her going to the gate. I think that could be the key to her being successful or not. The 4, Sassy Princess, we talked about her already in the paddock. Gosh, she looks so good. A little bit too many changes for me to departure from the mile on the 16th or, 2-turn turf races. But on looks, she looks like she's going to run a big race. I'm just not sure if she's going to appreciate the surface switch and the sprint. And admittedly, her trainer, Amelia Green, said, time of year to give it a try, right? A little bit of an experiment. And then the 6 Belle Cherie. I just think she's going to get a really good trip, probably laying second to the 1-horse, Bam's Bliss Kiss, and maybe be able to take over. And a lot of times when a horse gets to a leader and does it the right way and takes them in hand, it almost like they blow up their confidence and they really stride out. So I just thought Belle Cherie could fall into that kind of trip once again.
Mig, thank you. About to load.
I'm scared of the favorite because I'm scared of how well Mike Maker's horses are running. This horse won a awful 5-horse field last time. Now, she's not exactly meeting Torpedo Anna in this race or Copian. But having said that, the horse she beat last time was coming off a win at Penn National. We know they usually do. She can win. That barn has been on fire and everything they're running, but I have to bet against her.
She managed to do it off a 5-month layoff.
Yep.
Give her credit for that.
Was a wet track, though.
Yeah.
It was a muddy sealed track. She's never won on a dry dirt track. Her 2 wins are on the turf, and they're on a muddy sealed track. She can win, but I'll tell you something. If this barn wasn't going as hot as they were, I wouldn't want anything to do with her. But that also is playing a role in how short a price she is. I think if the Maker barn wasn't winning the way they've been lately, she'd probably be 5-2. You know what I mean? And maybe even the 7 be favored. The 7 can win. I just don't love her lack of speed.
Post time coming up. Yeah, this is like, what was it, 3 summers ago? First half of the Saratoga meet with Mike Maker?
Yeah, even more so. I think he's been winning at almost a 40% clip over the last month plus, and ROI's over $3. I don't think people understand with like 50-plus starters, that's not an easy thing to do, to say the least. And it's not like he's some obscure trainer, you know what I mean, that's got a couple of $60 horses. He's Mike Maker. He wins a lot of races. Everybody's familiar with him. These horses take money, and they're winning.
Yeah, and it's too, even the horses that don't seem to figure they're running well beyond their odds.
It seems like it. I mean, look at Gallant Greta yesterday. I mean, she was seemingly overbet.
I thought she was interesting, but yeah.
At 4-1?
No.
Right. But she ran like they were right. So, I mean, I was dead wrong about her. You have to be able to admit when you're wrong in this game.
Pick 6 starts here. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Moonlit Weekend goes in. Sassy Princess. Maxaluna. Belcherie. Belcherie. Valentine Gift. Valentine Gift to the outside. Moves forward. And in. All set. And they're off. Sassy Princess had speed, but now takes back, and up on the outside, Belcherie is hard sent with that the rail. Bam's Bliss Kiss. Bam's Bliss Kiss with a neck in front of Belcherie, who's right there from second. In behind them, that's Max Luna, who's a close-up third. Just to their outside, Valentine Gift and Sassy Princess is back into the bit, second to last. The trailer, Moonlit Weekend. They're chasing Bam's Bliss Kiss, 22.72 for that opening quarter mile. Bam's Bliss Kiss takes him into the turn, up by a length and a half, almost 2. Belcherie is trying to gun this rival down here from second. Max Luna is third. Up on the outside, Valentine Gift. Then comes Sassy Princess. And at the back, far back, the lone trailer at the back end of the field is Moonlit Weekend. Bam's Bliss Kiss has not come back to the field yet. Belcherie is under the crop here, is trying to be asked to move forward and is not doing so. Bam's Bliss Kiss hugs the rail. Can Bam's Bliss Kiss keep this going? Strides are shortening now. Sassy Princess to the inside. Max Luna, a furlong left to go. Bam's Bliss Kiss is trying to gut this out. Max Luna has got her in sights. Max Luna runs right on by. Max Luna will get up and win it. Max Luna wins it tight there for second. Sassy Princess in a photo with Bam's Bliss Kiss and Belcherie in 1:16.42 seconds.
First off the claim, Linda Rice, Max Luna, Kendrick Carmouche aboard for the win.
I mean, it almost felt for a while like no one was going to catch Bam's Bliss Kiss, who was cruising, but Kendrick saved ground on the turn. He angled out mid-turn, got into position, and was able to grind out the win. He got nothing from the favorite, the 6, who had nothing from the 7, who was the second choice, and actually, nice performance by the horse from Amelia Green. I think Amelia can feel like, and I don't know, maybe she got claimed out of this race. I wouldn't be surprised if she did. But you can take a shot and run her in some of these races over the winter, and I think she found out what she can do with her. It's not a great race, but she ran okay.
This one was a bit of a tough race. I mean, her best races were wet tracks in the mud.
Well, not for me. I mean, for me, as I said, this horse did not run badly last time, wide against a gold rail, and they were wet track races. She's never really had a chance to show what she can do. Claimed by Linda Rice. Listen, as I said, I love this horse today. I'm not, I made it clear. And so I'm not surprised she won. It also was not the best field in the world. You didn't have to be that good to win.
5-4-1-6 finish, goes off at 3-1 to start off the pick 6. Owned, trained, Linda Rice again first off the claim victory with Kendrick Carmouche. We're going to take a timeout. 3-1 on your winner. Pick 6 underway. Salute to the crowd from Louisiana in the house. We'll get into the late pick 5 when we come back.
Keeneland November is where futures take root and legacies pass from one hand to the next. In the ring, excitement builds. A glance, a nod, a bid. History changes in an instant, and the impact lasts a lifetime. The market is here. The global stage is here. Your moment is here. Keeneland November.
Walker, how you doing? It's Greg Wolf and Andy Serling with you.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
Good. Everything good?
Yeah, all's good. You hear me all right?
Yeah, sounds good.
Good.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races, and it's brought to you where you can play it all at NYRA Bets, including the Breeders' Cup coming up this weekend. Just a few days away. Pick 6 underway on this Sunday card. It's Max Aluna, Linda Rice Barn off the claim with Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, Kendrick got in position, came in the stretch, and was able to get it done. You know, saving ground in the turn, angling out midway around the turn, and just grinding down out the win. Linda Rice off the claim. Linda's horses continue to run well. She's having another great year.
Bam's Bliss Kiss. Pretty big lead into the stretch, but evaporating with every step. And here comes Max Aluna to come and get her.
And we didn't quite get Amelia Green home, but
Ran
she did
well.
pretty well.
Yeah.
She outran her odds, getting her on. It's the magic of being on America's Day at the Races.
It's always good to have your feature run before your race. Sassy Princess for Amelia Green, yeah, winds up second. Bam's Bliss Kiss weakens to third. Late pick 5 next. Mile and 3/16 over the outer turf. It is a maiden special weight as they all try and get that first win. Investment process. We figured this Chad Brown filly to be the favorite. Came off a long time away, about a year and a half, to just missed by a neck at Monmouth in mid-September.
In a 6-horse field that fell apart, she came from last. She can win here. Maybe she looked a little like she'll appreciate extra distance. She drew extremely well, but keep in mind, this race begins the top of the stretch. So post position is not as relevant here as it is in some races going 2 turns.
2-1 right now. We'll get a look at this field post-parade when we come back. And we will talk with the president of legendary Claiborne Farm when we return. Walker Hancock joins us to talk about changes at Claiborne and what we can look forward to. Stay with us.
Say hello to Move. It's a one-horse race. Very professional and very fast. Move, rolling home by 4 in fine style.
Moose, the son of good magic, coming down the stretch in Hot Springs to win it.
The Cup is calling at the Breeders' Cup with NYRA Bets. Download the NYRA Bets app or sign up at NYRABets.com to get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus today. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, and boost your bankroll with lucrative promotions. Play the Breeders' Cup World Championship with NYRA Bets. New players sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match only with NYRA Bets.
A dynasty in motion, reshaping the sport's greatest tradition, channeling the legends of his line and surpassing them. 4 of the last 6 Derby winners carry his genes. A Golden Son, a Horse of the Year. Another chapter written beneath those iconic spires. Derby dreams fulfilled for the titans of our industry. From authentic to sovereignty, a legacy both real and supreme. Into mischief.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Well, we've been here since 1910. Started here with my great-grandfather. They moved the operation from Virginia to present-day Claiborne in Paris, Kentucky. Long lineage between my grandfather, Bull Hancock, who was really influential in importing European stallions. And those stallions ended up kind of transcending the American bloodstock, and they're still evident and prevalent throughout the pedigrees today. My father, he had Mr. Prospector. He brought him up from Florida. He's had Danzig. Obviously, Secretariat was his first stallion that he ever syndicated, so he caught lightning in a bottle right off the bat, and I'm trying to do the same thing now. Certainly, we've come along and been really lucky and gotten some really good stallions along the way. Warfront's obviously in the sunset of his career. He's been unbelievable for us. We're looking for someone to fill his shoes, and we're excited about Mindframe. We think he can be that next big horse for us. Annapolis has had his first foals on the ground, and they're looking unbelievable. Certainly Prince of Monaco, he has his first that are in utero, and we're looking forward to those foals in the spring. We've really put an emphasis on our September sale this year, more so than years past. We're feeling confident that we have a really good group, and hopefully the sales results will prove that. We've had a lot of wonderful clients over the years that have really supported us and backed us, and that's been one of the main reasons why we've had the success we've had. We couldn't do it without them. It's hard to be in business for 115 years if you're not doing things the right way. Our motto is do the usual and usually well, and we've always felt like if you take care of the horse is going to take care of you, and we've certainly been lucky in that regard.
Back with you now in the incredible history of legendary Claiborne Farm. As Walker said in that piece, 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. He joins us now to talk about changes happening in this industry and at Claiborne. And you brought up, Walker, first of all, thanks for coming on. You brought up a couple of these new names that are going to be additions to your stallion roster. Mindframe, Prince of Monaco. But let's start with Mindframe, and then we'll get into one of the new hires, too, as you kind of go in this new direction. What went into the process of bringing Mindframe on board?
Well, just thankful to Mike Rapoli and Benny Viola for entrusting us in Mindframe's stud career. We're anticipating a big effort on Saturday, and we couldn't be more excited to get him home shortly next week, and hopefully he's coming in off a big win.
He's been brilliant, from early on, pretty much every step of his career. What about Prince of Monaco as well? A horse who was so brilliant early on for Bob Baffert, and then his career cut short a little bit.
Yeah, he bred the most mares in our history last year at 176. He was wildly popular. He could have bred plenty more. We had to turn a lot of people away, but he had a phenomenal book. A lot of 44 black type mares he bred or producers, and we are excited to see his foals this spring. And I think he's going to give us a big shot to hopefully be a stalwart here in the future.
You mentioned how he was bred to 176 mares last year. I know Claiborne obviously has been sort of an old school breeding farm for a long time. How is it adapting to a changing world where we see stallions servicing well over 200 mares in a lot of cases?
Yeah, it's tough. We're just trying to, stay competitive in that regard. Ideally, I think we probably wouldn't breed that much, but to be competitive with these freshman sires that are going to stud that are going to have arguably 100 more foals than our stallions are. It's just we have to do the right thing by our shareholders and by the horses, and give them the best opportunity we possibly can to show what they have with their offspring.
You're making some big headlines. We talked about who you're bringing in, Mindframe. That was a big swing. But then you also, with all your history and success, now you bring in someone like Jacob West as your new Stallions season and bloodstock manager. What's that relationship been like here early on?
It's been great. I mean, Jacob was obviously very instrumental in getting Mindframe here. He has a great relationship with Mike and Vinny, and if it wasn't for him, I'm not sure we'd be able to stand the horse. So props to him for landing Mindframe. That was kind of his first big splash, and hopefully it will be a successful one.
He seems like he should be an incredibly popular stallion. He's a horse that's shown the ability to run effectively and win 7 furlongs to 10 furlongs. He's got speed. He's got stamina. It's hard to imagine there isn't anything not to like about Mindframe.
No, you're exactly right. I mean, he's a big, imposing individual. He's got speed. He's tactical. He's won a grade 1 at 7 furlongs. He's won a grade 2 this year at 8 furlongs. He's won Stephen Foster at 9. So he's extremely versatile with his speed, his looks, his pedigree. We've already been inundated with requests for seasons for him next year. We haven't even announced a stud fee, but people are already lining up to breed to him, and we're hopefully that line gets a little longer after Saturday.
And a little more excitement too of what's going to happen with Mindframe at the Keeneland sale.
Yeah, so we are offering a 2% share in his breeding qualities on Wednesday night at the Keeneland Paddock sale at Del Mar. We're very excited about that. That's a little bit unconventional for us, but hey, it's kind of a new world, new age, and we're just trying to keep up with the times. And we think it'll be a great opportunity for someone to grab a share and ensure that you have 2 seasons for the next 4 years to Mindframe.
It's also encourage people to come visit you at Claiborne. I know it's the first farm I ever went to when I first went to Keeneland. You gave me a tour of the private cemetery about 10 years ago. But to me, Claiborne Farm represents so much great history in this game, and I think it's great to have people come out and visit the farm.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we're very busy with tours this time of year. We're about to wind down with the colder weather, but we always invite the public to come out, and we open our gates and show us our horses and a little bit about our history and how we do things. And I think people will appreciate that.
Oh, exciting times ahead with these two new stallions coming on board. Walker, thanks for the time.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate you having me on.
Take care.
Walker Hancock, president of Claiborne Farm, who took over at 25 years old, and it's been just over a decade now that he's already been there.
The years go by pretty quickly in this game and life they do, and it's a very big job, and it's interesting to see them sort of move along with the times because they were around in the old days when you bred to 40, maybe 50 mares, and I think some people don't appreciate the kind of stallions they've had. Bold Ruler, Danzig, Mr. Prospector. These are not just great stallions. These are stallions that kind of change the entire landscape of the racing. And to me, Claiborne Farm has the greatest history of any farm in racing. And I'm really hoping that, a horse like Mindframe and Prince of Monaco you mentioned can continue to move them forward.
And trying to find that next war front that they can have as that kind of stalwart.
Yeah. No, he's
stallion roster.
And with Warfront, he was a surprise, right? He was a horse that, had been a pretty good runner, but he wasn't a brilliant runner. He turned out to be an incredible stallion.
Race 5, it's going to start the late pick 5 coming up, and there is the Chad Brown-Klarovich runner with Flavian Prat, who is the favorite. Wow, 3-2, got very short while we've been away. But there are some concerns. Year and a half away between starts. This is start number 3 coming up.
She's very fortunate with her draw. You getting the rail makes it kind of easier. Flavian probably tried to get her a bit in the game. I don't know how much speed she really has. I don't understand what's so impressive about her last race that she's supposed to be a super short price in this race. And once again, I don't think post position is that big a factor when you're starting the race, probably more than a quarter mile or roughly a quarter mile to the first turn. And while she can win, she's lightly raced, she can improve. What makes her a 3-2 shot against the horses she's racing against here, Greg?
It's upside, right? It's this barn, it's upside, and maybe a little bit of where she's drawn.
That's all fair, and Chad's really having a terrific meet. Klarovich hadn't won the May races, but they've won a lot of money. I think they're leading owners as far as money earned, only a couple of wins in the meet so far. I just feel like they're overbetting on connections because this is a complicated race, and it just feels like in these kind of races they just zero in on one horse too much.
This one here was supposed to have John Velasquez aboard. He is off today, feeling a little bit under the weather, so he is taking the day off. He's going to gear up to head out to Del Mar, where he has a huge couple of days of big-time mounts to come as you look at what he has done in the Breeders' Cup.
And he's not going to stack up this year as far as money won and the way the irresponsible voters look at things. He probably won't be in the running for the Eclipse, but I believe he has 9 Grade 1s and Flavian has 10. So there's an argument that a big Breeders' Cup, and as you pointed out, he's live all day long, both days. There's an argument a big Breeders' Cup could put him in the conversation for another Eclipse Award. I don't think it'll happen because of the money won, but when the money's down in the big races, John Velasquez has delivered in a big way this year.
So his mounts, obviously, fierceness, Darth Vader. You have Schwarzenegger on Friday, Tommy Joe, Ted Noffey, an incredible list. She feels pretty. AG Bullet. Who do you think gives him the best chance for a win of the Breeders' Cup?
You just mentioned 7 mounts in Breeders' Cup races. Every single one of them has a legitimate chance to win. He may go over 7 with those horses, but that's the Breeders' Cup. But every one of those horses is live. I think Ted Noffey is probably the likeliest winner in that group, probably the shortest price of those horses, and he's been super impressive. I don't discount that Grant is very, very talented and can win this race. But I think if you look at his mounts, the one that I think is the likeliest winner is Ted Noffey.
He has looked very good.
He is good, this horse. Really good. I love that
hopeful winner.
I love that he backed up his hopeful in the Breeders' Futurity. Not only the 2 turns, but just his hopeful almost seemed too good to be true, didn't it? He was brilliant in his hopeful. Just destroyed the field. Sometimes those horses come back and they come back to earth a little bit. He seemed to improve a great deal. And there's Ned Toffey, the horse he's named for. He arguably ran as well in the Breeders' Futurity as he did in the hopeful. This is a good horse.
Darth Vader, there's a ton of excitement with.
She can
with how
absolutely
good she ran
win.
against Torpedo and on the personal ensign.
Well, you're a little bit skeptical of Seismic Beauty.
Yeah.
And if you're skeptical of her, I mean, is there an argument that Darth Vader's the second? I guess they'll probably make Nitrogen the second choice, but she's got to be in the conversation,
She's
right?
there. Yeah, one of the top 3 for sure. Yeah, figures for Seismic Beauty. You would figure looking at the past performances and the buyer speed figures stand out on other figures. I talked with Jonathan, too. He felt the same way.
Really?
Not as strong on some other figures as you might expect.
I mean, there's an argument that she was lucky to win her last start. Copian did not get the best of rides in there. Not a terrible ride, but I thought she should have been more forward.
So fierceness, Darth Vader, Straight No Chaser, defending champ of the sprint, by the way. Formidable Man, She Feels Pretty, Praying, AG Bullet, Schwarzenegger, Tommy Joe, Ted Knopf. He could be the story after the Breeders' Cup.
Even Fortunate Man, who you mentioned, I think he's live at a price in the Breeders' Cup Turf Mile, a race that does not have a definitive, this horse is way the horse to beat. I mean, Noble Speech is okay, but he's hardly a killer.
Get involved in this late pick 5.
Johnny might have the best lineup of mounts of any rider overall. You know, the
maybe
overall
in the
chances.
last decade.
It's remarkable to read the horses he's riding and know that every single, none of you go, of course, kind of suck. You know, like they're all
$5,000 hit split, by the way, for the late pick 5 opt-in. Naira Betts to be part of it. Good luck. And if it's not investment process, this race becomes wide open. There's the one Johnny V was scheduled to ride. As we mentioned, he's off today, not feeling well. Manny Franco will take over the mount on Big Magic. What did you think about the 9?
Ours could absolutely win. I mean, I thought had a pretty good trip first time out, but I mean, not first time, last time was coming off of a 5-month layoff and ran well. That horse is a major player in here. I mean, I just think sort of a logical horse.
Lightly raced. This is just start number 3 coming up for this Anthony Dutrow runner.
I picked the 10, and I'm happy to lose some money at a big price on Channel Check. I mean, you look at Channel Check on figures, she's fast enough to compete in here. Bill Morey is really great off a claim with turf horses. She's had huge success in New York doing it. She got the wrong ride last time. I mean, she's a horse that could have been in front. They went 53 and 2 to the half, and Dylan had her back in last. It was not his best ride. She gets a rider who's more aggressive, Maroon Silvera. I want to give her one more chance. She's not that good, but who is so good in this race? You've got a 7-5 shot that does not look to me like a 7-5 shot on paper, Greg.
Yeah, but getting bet like she almost cannot lose against this group.
It's weird, right?
But the barn's pretty darn good, and there is a lot of upside. We'll see if she likes the extra gown. Mile and 3/16 here coming up after 2 tries at a mile and a 16th, about a year and a half apart. Here she is with Prat.
And as an English channel, you have to assume the distance won't be a problem for her. She's a major player in here. She's no 6-5 shot. This is crazy.
Next door, Lady Mize, blinkers on.
She's had a lot of chances. That's the knock. She's been running in some maiden claiming races. That's a knock. And she lost 2 consecutive races at odds on.
Put on a happy face, Dutrow Junior Bar.
There will be a lot of unhappy faces if this horse wins this race.
My Sharona, Christopher Elliott for a handle.
She's the speed in here, and Ray seems to think she can handle the distance. We'll see.
Addressable market seems very hard to make a case for.
It would pretty much make a pick 6 carryover right away.
Yes, I agree. Dimensionality, blinkers on. John Terranova trains.
Yeah, I don't think she's impossible. I mean, she's a fringe player, but her races aren't that bad.
Ines Beret faced a very good 1-2 back.
And she's got races that are good enough to compete here. She's a little hard to trust.
Mendy, Kerry Bryan.
Ditto. And one thing about her at 0 for 11 and 7 seconds and thirds, she's only been favored once.
Big Magic, Manny Franco filling in.
Absolutely a player in here in her second race off Alea for Tony Dutcher's having a very good year.
Channel Check you talked about. Here's the 11 pinch of Bourbon, Mark Hennig.
Yeah, she saved ground the first turn, made a wide move after that, just didn't do much running last time.
And Stand the Rain, Miguel Clement moving to the grass.
It's really a big turf pedigree. There isn't a lot of, I mean, you do have a Liam's map, but it's not really a turf pedigree. Taking a bit of a shot here.
Dan was trained by Todd Pletcher, was a 3-time stakes winner on the dirt. Here is the favorite, Investment Process. Debuted at Gulfstream January of 24. Didn't come back until September of this year in this race in Monmouth.
But keep in mind, as you're watching this race, the horse who wins the race is the one making the move in fourth right now. This race essentially collapsed. Horse got a very good ride by Sammy Camacho, saved ground in the first turn. Actually, it was the horse that was 3 wide, I'm sorry, but ended up winning the race. And got a very good ride and trip. The race kind of fell apart a bit in the late stages. I don't know. She ran okay. It was off a layoff. But the other thing is, it's one thing to say this horse need a race off a layoff. Chad Brown horses in turf routes run great off layoffs. So it's not surprising she ran well, and I'm not so confident she's going to improve off that race. She's come up in odds. The sanity is starting to prevail here.
Still 9-5, though. And yeah, I mean, they're usually ready to run the race, right, from this barn?
Yeah, I mean, they win a lot of races, and they're having a great meet. It's not surprising, but she's too short a price. I'm sorry.
Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, I'm going to start there with the one investment process, and I just kind of felt the same way. Listen, she looks good. Anytime you're trying to look at favorites, you're trying to identify if there's some weakness or something that leads you to believe they won't run their race. I don't see anything. I mean, it comes from a good barn. You expect them to look good, but I just thought there were other ways to go at better prices. The 6th dimensionality, listen, she's had a lot of tries. This is her 10th try. I just had to talk about her because of how good she looks. Got a bit of refreshing since Saratoga. And Terra Novas do good work. Takes the, puts the blinkers on, so maybe they feel like they're going to get a little bit more focus. Just thought she was worth talking about because of how good she looked at a big price. The 8 Mendy, another one with a lot of tries. This will be her 12th start. Another one making a really nice impression. But these are 2 horses that have had their opportunities. And, I'm always going to gravitate towards more lightly raced horses in these situations. And the 9, Big Magic, fits all the bills. She's making her 3rd start. I thought her last effort was good. It was a big step up from when she ran in the spring. And I remember her being, quite not green so much in the sense that she was like moving side to side or ducking in or out, but just on and off the bridle, running in stops and starts with the emergency brake on. Much more professional in the 2nd start, ran on evenly. Big, strong filly, really good looking. Looks more like a colt than a filly. You get Manny Franco. Johnny Velasquez is off his mounts today. And the 9's the one I want. I thought 6-1 right now is very generous on her, and I think she'll be well placed from the outset, just being a filly that can be a bit forward.
9's a crazy price in here. I don't know why the 9 is particularly less likely to win this race than the 1. Am I wrong? I mean, is she supposed to be 5-1? And maybe she's supposed to be 5-1, but maybe the one's supposed to be about 7-2. You like the 1 more than I do?
Yes.
Is the 1 horse looks good in the sheets, better in the sheets than on the buyer
Doesn't
fix?
look like an 8-5 standout, but looks like. Plus, yeah, I mean, you factor in the upside from this barn and start to. I still think that's too short.
My problem with that is this barn has them ready off the layoff. That's the thing. The assumption that this horse is going to run better to me is a little bit dubious. The assumption that she's going to run well is fair, but that's a big. She did not run. Her last race is not that good. The 12-horse field with a lot of random unknowns in this race, and she's 8-5. Yeah. It's hard to imagine there aren't better 8-5 shots to find. That's all I think. And as far as the 10, I know it's ex-Chad Brown and stuff, but she ran a good enough figure last time. She had no chance in that race given the pace. I don't think she's that good, but I don't think she's that bad. She shouldn't be 20-1.
Everyone is a pretty inflated number in this spot.
Does seem like it.
In Esperet, I mean, look who she faced 2 back, ready for Candy for Phil Antonacci, who's just been on a tear. And then went a mile and 3/8, which you can forgive. Maybe just did not want to go that long. She's gone a mile and 3/8 a couple of times on the resume.
Yeah, no, in Esperet, it can certainly win this race. She's just very hard to trust because she's kind of unreliable, but she's not impossible. She had a good trip last time, though, and didn't finish. And I thought she was a little better going longer, but mile 3/16 is fine.
But, again, in this sequence, where do you find even a race to just kind of narrow things down? It's very tough.
I'm going to tell you right now, is it possible this is going to be the biggest favorite in the sequence?
Yes, I think. Well, I think there's a chance that Ray Handel Turf Sprinter might get a lot of money.
Yeah, but 3
Truth and Beauty.
And a 12. Yeah, maybe. You really trust Ray that much?
He was just on our show the other week.
He was just texting with me. He's confident.
I do, Ray. I do trust you that much.
We love Ray. Big win yesterday in the Empire Distaff.
Yeah,
Great ride
Valtellina.
from Dylan.
Gonna have Here's Johnny on Friday at Del Mar.
He's not out of it. By
Here
any
we
stretch.
go. Late pick 5, Chris Griffin to get us started.
Dimensionality. Pinch of Bourbon. Pinch of Bourbon's in. 2 out. And now Stand the Rain. Goes forward. All set. And they're off. My Sharona broke towards the front end, and Investment Process is towards the inside as well. Nobody in a hurry here, assuming command, so My Sharona will now press on. Lost a rider there. Unseating the rider was the 5, an addressable market shortly after the start. The loose horses at the back end of the field. Geraldo's up on his feet and walking off the turf course. So My Sharona is in front. Towards the outside, here comes Pinch of Bourbon, who's a challenging second. Again, moderate pace early. Investment Process is towards the inside, is now in third. Is alone there as moving forward comes Big Magic from fourth. In fifth, tightly at the rail, that's going to be Lady Maze, is followed towards the outside here from Channel Check. Channel Check starts to move forward to the outside of Inesperi. Then comes Mendy towards the back end of the field with Stand the Rain. That's going to be the gray. Put on a Happy Face, and the trailer will be Dimensionality, and the loose horse is far back, and Outriders tending to the loose horse now. 48.49 for a half-mile time. My Sharona is in front. Pinch of Bourbon, no challenge yet here from second. At the rail, it's Investment Process, who's now a shared third. With Big Magic, who's right towards the outside. The turf course is clear. It is My Sharona who will take him into the far turn now, is up by 3/4 of a length. Here comes Pinch of Bourbon, ready to challenge. Big Magic is on the move. Same can be said for Mendy, is launching a 4-wide run. Investment Process is patiently ridden at the rail, needs a seam. Lady Mace is right there, very tightly bunched. Dimensionality is now in the clear, and here comes Inesperi at the rail. They reach the top of the lane. My Sharona has done all the heavy lifting, slowed things down. Pinch of Bourbon. Here comes Big Magic, is ready to lift on the outside. In between horses, Pinch of Bourbon now puts a nose in front. My Sharona battles on towards the inside, will not relent. Investment Process switches towards the outside. Big Magic to the outside. Pinch of Bourbon. Here comes Investment Process late in time. Wow. Investment Process was 3-2, just got up in the final stages. Pinch of Bourbon is right there. Loose horse is coming back towards the field, as that's why the horses are being pulled up there, as the horse did turn the wrong direction, but is clear. 1 minute 56.18 seconds.
Process up for the win in the final jumps at 3-2.
Congratulations. You just won a 17-horse photo by a nose with a 3-2 shot in a 12-horse field. And listen, you know, I mean, these are connections I'm friendly with and happy to see them do well, but if you bet on the 9 or the 11, you got a right to be kind of annoyed. The 11 at 45-1. I know somebody used this horse in their pick 5. Ran very, very well. This horse got a delicious trip and got up just in time. You cashed. I don't know what else to say. I mean, we got to give credit to the winners, but this was not exactly a horse that that did anything special at 3-2 in here.
Third time the charm, and had a race to build off that year and a half away. Klarovich, Chad Brown, Flavian Prat, 3-2 favorite, and yet did not win like a 3-2 should, but got it done.
No, I would have to agree very much with that.
All right, we're going to take a timeout. We'll have these prices for you. When we come back, it's Prat in the final jumps to start off the late pick 5 with a favorite.
$1,650,000, anybody else want $650,000 bid today, $1,650,000 $1,600,000, thank you.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage on Fox Sports 2 of America's Day at the Races. Prat, Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, the favorite, starts the late pick 5, holding off of getting by a 45-1 shot, 6-1 shot, and 10-1 shot.
A friend of mine has texted me and says it's the worst 3-2 shot I've ever singled to pick 5. And, you know, I mean, if you compare the trip that this horse had to Big Magic, who was third, and you bet Big Magic, and I didn't, you kind of want to throw up. But Flavian is the master. He saved all the ground, and he got out just in time to get it done here. And listen, sometimes you're allowed to be a little lucky in this game. And the 9 had a much tougher trip. Wide the whole way around the track.
Again, 1:11.96. Here comes in 4th right now. Prat on the favorite. Pushing forward and just up in time.
And to be fair, my selection did beat one, well, technically 2 horses, so last.
Investment process graduates start number 3 and had a race to build off of. Got a little more ground, needed every step of that ground.
I mean, she was a logical horse. I picked her second, but she was a terrible bet at 3-2. You cashed, but I'm telling you right now, you bet horses like that at 3-2, you're not going to win in this game in the long run. Sorry.
All right, we'll have it's just gone official, and we'll set up the pick 4 coming up in a moment. A race that looked like there was so much promise and so many contenders. It winds up with the favorite.
But there was. I mean, there was. I mean, you used the 11, and the 11 was almost 50-1, and the 9 could have won this race. I mean, just because you lost doesn't mean you made bad bets. I think it's a major misconception that winning is the only thing that matters. Making money is the only thing that matters.
$5.02 on investment process. It ends the early pick 5, starts the late pick 5. And let's move on to the start of the late pick 4. Maiden special weight, mile and a 16th on the turf. And Chad Brown got another big chance on the rail. Manny Franco, Alibi, start number 2 coming up. The debut came early September, Belmont at Aqueduct.
Yeah, I think Sweet Little Lila, the 8, who came back around a stake since that race, ran a much better race. Johnny kind of got caught behind horses and probably should have won. But having said that, I think Alibi ran like a horse for Chad Brown that probably needed the first start. She seemed to have no idea what she was doing early in the running.
All right, we'll talk more about this field when we come back, including post-parade to come. We're going to take a timeout. We will talk Breeders' Cup Friday when we return. Miguel Clement got some talented 2-year-olds we will see on Friday, including Grade 3 Futurity winner. Intricate Spirit won the debut. Just missed a Kentucky Downs. They came back to win the Futurity here, and now it's on to Del Mar.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
The Cup is calling at the Breeders' Cup with Naira Bets. Download the Naira Bets app or sign up at NairaBets.com to get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus today. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, and boost your bankroll with lucrative promotions. Play the Breeders' Cup World Championships with Naira Bets. New players sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match only with Naira Bets.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Why wait for fortune to be revealed when you can make your own move? Because no one ever talks about the time they played it safe. So go ahead, press your luck, tempt fate, and claim your destiny. Because once in a lifetime can happen every night. Welcome to a world that revolves around you. Your rules, your world. Resorts World.
like being there at the race and having the horses go by and your horse is at the front of the pack. Nothing better.
We provide an inside look at the game. If people were to do this on their own, it would take years to develop the kind of relationships that we have with Hall of Fame trainers and horsemen. Here, you get to cut the line, so to speak, and you are in the thick of it at the highest levels of the game, and that's something that we really want for our partners. We want them to be dealing with high-class horses, have the chance to run in really big races, and we take care of the rest.
I look at spreading our placement of horse equine purchases as just a wise investment. They don't all work, but you're going to have ones that work because of the caliber of people at West Point that go through the horse selection vetting process. It's very thorough, super impressive.
Everybody here at West Point strives to provide a really comprehensive educational experience. We want you to be behind the velvet rope. Our partners get to know the trainers, the jockeys, obviously the horses. This is a real immersive experience to really get your feet wet and just feel like you're part of the action at the very front row.
I think it starts with the top, Terry and Debbie, ethics, this industry, having the right leader sets a tone for an organization. And they bring all that in every interaction, as does the entire West Point team.
You know, there aren't that many investments where you feel like part of a team, part of a family, but that's really true here, and that's what makes West Point Thoroughbreds so special.
To the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint $1 million purse. And the horse we talked about going to break, Intricate Spirit, Miguel Clement, winner of the Grade 3 Futurity here in New York.
He's a contender. He's definitely one of the 10 horses I had open in this race. I mean, listen, he's run well.
Yeah.
He's never not run a good race. I think there's probably better horses, more likely winners in here, but he's definitely a contender. I mean, I look at this race, I don't know how any horse in here is under 6-1. It feels like you've got a whole lot of horses that look very similar in here. I don't blame anyone for wanting to run. It's a big purse. It's a Grade 1 race, and you got to take a shot. It's a crapshoot, and he's one of the ones that can win.
True Love's going to take a ton of money.
I agree.
Aidan O'Brien comes in off Group 1 win, multiple group winner.
And she has not run in over a month, so she is not in that the 21-day or less group that never win.
Yeah, which you brought up on the program yesterday. Yes. Not just this one for Miguel Clement. Botas, Pilgrim winner. And maybe I'm crazy. I think Tawny Port's a little interesting.
Well, I'm not going to knock a 50-1 shot in any race. I don't like Botas. Listen, I hope Miguel does well. We obviously rooting for Circassian and do well in here. I honestly think the horse that finished behind him in the Pilgrim both ran better, and the horse that ran third, the maiden for. The maiden there, let's be frank, for Mike Maker. I think that horse actually ran really well. I thought Manny gave Botas an absolutely sensational ride last time out. Listen, it's a bit of a crapshoot too. I don't think there are any killers in there. I don't think the Euros are that strong. So I guess he could win, and I certainly hope he does with the connections. I just prefer other horses.
We found the perfect person to interview Miguel about his talented 2-year-olds.
Miguel, let's start with 2-year-olds having won their win and you're in races. Intricate Spirit walking behind us, going on to the Juvenile Turf Sprint. What's he been showing you?
A tremendous amount of speed, so we're looking forward to it. Don't think the 5-furlong distance cut back would be an issue for him because he has an abundance of speed. So just break well and let him roll.
Last time Joel Rosario opted to kind of take him a little bit behind the speed. Was that encouraging to see that he could rate a little bit if needed?
Yeah, correct. They'll probably be rolling early on, but he could be forward or just right off them. It's up to Joel, but I'm looking forward to it.
He's a high-energy horse. How has he been training?
Full of energy per usual. He'll have one work here, and then he'll ship over there early, and probably won't do any speed work over there.
Botas winning the Pilgrim. He's 2 for 2. Also, another one that showed a little bit of a new dimension last time.
He's lightly raced. He's undefeated. He's very talented. He's got a great turn of foot. We're looking forward to him going for one more spin.
He is a closing type of horse. Was able to circle the field first time, come between horses last time. What's kind of the ideal trip for him?
Wherever Manny Franco would be comfortable, to be honest. He's got a great turn of foot. He came from last on his debut. He's in between horses. He showed grit and determination his last race. I'm just very excited to be part of the ride with Dom Stables.
What about him? How has he been training? I know he's worked with some older horses in the barn as well.
The plan is to work him again with an older horse. When they're that good at the age of 2, it's okay to pair them up with older, experienced grade 6 horses because it makes them work a bit harder, and they're talented enough to do so.
Well, another 2-year-old Miguel Clement will have on Halloween. Botas, grade 2 Pilgrim winner, who's now 2 for 2 after a debut win at Saratoga.
Listen, he's 2 for 2. He's run well in his starts. I'm not trying to knock him. I just think he got a very good trip in this race, and you can't count on him getting great trips in these races in the Breeders' Cup. I prefer others, but just because I don't particularly like him doesn't mean he can't win. That horse in pink, the one who's running on for third, let's be frank, he's a horse I could use at a huge price in this race. I thought he ran extremely well in here. But hope Miguel does well in there. Regardless of how he does, he's certainly having a terrific year.
Got Aiden O'Brien runner, Gustad, who looks tough. Wild Desert, Charlie Appleby.
Well, Wild Desert's out.
Out.
He was declared right after they drew. As far as Gustad, my problem with Gustad, who I'm going to guess could be favored in here, I haven't looked at David's line, but I'm guessing, he's been second in 3 consecutive races at 6-5, 4-5, and 8-5. And listen, obviously he's run against good horses, but he's also an Aiden O'Brien horse that's coming in this race off 20 days. And as I pointed out yesterday, the ones he has run off of relatively short rest have underachieved over the years. Doesn't mean they can't win, but the statistics are not with it. You know, he came in and won this race with Henri Matisse last year, who number one was a better horse, but he also was coming off, I think, 4+ weeks of rest. So I think it matters a little bit. And Gustad's had a full year of racing, and to me, he's lost 3 races, good races or not, that he's supposed to have won. And for Aiden O'Brien, that's a knock, because he does nothing but win.
Mile distance, by the way, for Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf this year. And we'll see he's going beyond 7 furlongs for the first time. I think distance, though, would be a question.
I mean, you know, they say with Europe, with the undulations, the courses, 7 furlongs. Horse that can handle 7 furlongs can handle a mile.
Back to race 6 of the pick 4 on our Sunday card. Mile and a 16th again on the turf. Maiden special weight. And a look at the current favorite here. This is the Jeweler out of former Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Vequist.
He's an odd favorite.
Also had won the spin away.
She's an odd favorite, huh?
Yeah. Let's go to Maggie.
I'm shocked. She's favored here, as I'll get to her and another horse that has, at least on form, kind of a similar look. They don't look the same physically, but we'll begin with one of 2 of Todd Pletcher's first-time starters that were purchased at the Arcana yearling sale in France. And the one taking, relatively speaking, a little more money is the one you want, because the 11, she is acting up really badly here. But that's number 3, Osmosis, in which they paid the equivalent of $335,000 for this daughter of Siuni. And there's plenty of pedigree, too, and plenty of American turf pedigree. As the dam, she was a turf winner. She's half to multiple stakes winner, Guido, Marlborough Rose. So there's plenty of proven pedigree with this filly, who comes in here classy acting, just well within herself, very athletic overall. I like what I'm seeing from her. I know she's not taking much money, and that is kind of par for the course, as we saw Todd Pletcher be very successful with these types, especially with Mike Rapoli, these turf routing 2-year-olds, but it was generally after they had a start under their belt. So maybe we take the wait and see approach, but I'm very intrigued to see how she does today, because she is ticking every box for me in the paddock, and she has some pedigree as well. Now, moving on to those 2 that I think have a similar look on paper, that's number 1, Alibi, but we'll start with the Jeweler in here. And let's go back, and talk about her last race, in which she was totally with the flow of the race. Going into the first turn, Blue Madam was 3rd to last, the Jeweler was 2nd to last, and Isadora Duncan was last. Well, they finished 1, 2, 3, and arguably the Jeweler, given the dynamics there, finished worst of them. So she's one I did not like in the paddock. She's one I question, why were they running on the dirt, because this is turf, because this is more of a dirt pedigree. And she's just very slight. And you see that breastplate on her, that's because there's really not much of her. She's strengthened maybe a little bit, which I appreciate, but not enough for me to jump on board with her as a favorite. I much prefer number 1, Alibi, in here, who she didn't have much speed first time out. Don't be surprised if she's a little bit more forward. She just was a bit, not green, but just not clued in that debut. And she just didn't look totally fit. She was a bit backwards in just everything that she presented herself first time out, but she ran on well there in a race where the horses that were more in front of her finished 1-2. She looks great here. She is tucked up. She's more clued in. She's like, okay, I know my job now. So she's the second time starter that I think ran well first time out. That should definitely move forward second time around, Greg.
Interesting race coming up. Thank you, Maggie. Post parade we'll get to in just a moment here as we get set for the pick 4 coming up. 3-1 favoritism tells you a wide open betting board.
Yeah, she'll be the third choice by post time and almost for sure the 10 with the 1 alibi favorite over Sweet Little Lila in all likelihood.
Can Chad Brown go back-to-back? Oh, Manny Franco and alibi the second time starter.
Chad has won with 2 of his 2 horses on this card, and the one he lost was the shortest price of all of them. He's looking to win 3 here, and this horse has a big chance.
Talked how hot Maker's been. McPeak's been equally hot. He's got Sharing Wisdom.
I think this horse is usable at 15-1. This horse's first race was okay.
Osmosis, interesting. Runner with pedigree for Pletcher.
It's a lot of pedigree, and I don't worry about the odds in these races. This horse has a ton of pedigree. I think it's very dangerous.
Miguel Clement, Skywatcher, second-time starter.
I couldn't dislike this horse anymore. This horse could not have gotten a better trip than she did last time out against a weaker field.
Mike Maker, ancient first-time starter.
Yes, well, we know with John O'Connor that this horse probably could go about 10 miles.
Blinkers coming off. This one will be forward. Candy Moonshine just missed here.
Disqualified from second in what is likely a weaker field than this, at least in my opinion.
Stakes place. Sweet Little Lila beat by Ultimate Love, who's undefeated.
Got to get it done today. I picked her on top, and I like her chances.
Asking huge price, Bill Mott.
She is 1 of 2 for Mott. This one does just not have much turf pedigree.
Claiborne Farm Runner getting on turf for the first time. The Jeweler, the one out of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner, Vequist.
Maybe she'll run better second time out, but for my money, she had a very good trip and just sucked up in a race that was collapsing.
Another Todd Pletcher first to Resort went by the 11.
Resort has some pedigree, but obviously pedigree, but I prefer the other one. It's taking more money.
And you're fabulous, Lindsay Schultz. There's
Thank
Resort.
You. I appreciate that, Greg. It was nice of you. This horse actually the dam won a couple times on turf. If you like Uruguayan horses, this could be your horse.
Yeah. And with Resort, Dam produced a 4-time winner on the grass. All 3 to run on the turf have 1 on the turf.
I agree, but they weren't very good. I mean, they're on a level. If you look up, I mean, compared to the pedigree on Osmosis, who's a half to 4 turf winners, and 2 of them were really good. I mean, this horse has a serious pedigree, including a horse I believe that
both were stakes winners. Gadu was a 4-time winner on grass, multiple stakes winner, multiple graded stakes place. Mabry Rose.
I think Christophe claimed that horse.
Okay.
Or trained that horse. Excuse me.
Stakes winner was graded stakes placed on synthetic. So yeah, that's the one with the big pedigree. And
big pedigree.
Look at the 8, Sweet Little Lila, 3rd in the Salima at Laurel behind Ultimate Love for Michael Trombetta, who's now 3 for 3.
You know, Maggie, watch this horse. I felt like this was one that John Velasquez, not an Eclipse winning ride. I think he overcommitted the inside. And in doing so, as the race develops, he's completely and totally blocked behind horses as all the others are getting momentum. And by the time he swung out, the winner was just in full stride. He couldn't catch. And you can see how the Chad Brown horse, the one, gets on her flank, and she completely outruns her to the finish. Now, having said that, the Chad Brown horse probably has more room to move forward. And to be fair, Sweet Little Lila saved ground the whole way, though so did Alibi, who didn't lose any ground either. So I actually prefer her, and at 4-1, I'm going to have to bet her. I wasn't going to bet. I thought she'd be about 5-2. I'm going to bet her at 4-1. I think she's a very fair price in there. I'm scared of the 1. I'm scared of the 3. I'm not scared of the 10, which I could be wrong about.
Surprised the 8 is not taking more money.
I am very surprised. Very surprised. She's probably going to be lower at post time.
Gotta be.
The 10 can't continue to be favored in this race. I don't understand. I'm not saying the 10 can't win, though. I don't like her. But this is, to me, a crazy short price.
Got beat by 2 Chad Brown runners in that debut. Belmont at Aqueduct, a second-time starter who won the race, and then a first-time starter, Isadora Duncan. But, yeah, more of a dirt pedigree with the Jeweler.
Yeah, listen, I could be wrong. I'm wrong a lot, but I don't quite get this horse being this short a price in here. If you like her, you should be wanting a better price.
3 minutes to post in this start of the late pick 4. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll check in with that horse coming in from the Meadowlands, and that's for Miguel Clement. In number 4, Sky Watcher. I agree with Andy. I mean, she got the trip of all trips and still couldn't quite get her nose down in time, where the horse who was the eventual winner, albeit one that did have experience over her, had a much wider trip, losing far more ground. So she didn't have much speed that day, and honestly, watching the replay, maybe it's obviously speaks to the talent that maybe she faced there at Meadowlands. I thought on the replay she kind of looked like a bigger type. That's not the case. Everybody else in that field was probably just really small, because she's okay. Like, I can't fault her in any way. She's just not that impressive. And the fact that we all opted to go to the Meadowlands for her first start generally speaks to talent, could speak to maybe just him thinking she needed one. But again, and she is 7-1 up there, so fine if you like her, but I kind of get why you should be against her as well here. As we'll move on to number 6, Candy Moonshine, who is likely the pace setter in here, as those blinkers do come off. And while I've never seen her before, she's had a pretty big workload for a young filly, this being her 6th start of the year. I thought her last race actually was respectable enough. I mean, she contested the pace, she put away the other pace presence, and I thought she kicked on well, only to obviously impede a foe who was trying to come up the rail, but she showed some tenacity if you kind of take the effort at face value, obviously being DQ'd to 3rd that day. But I liked her more than I was expecting in the paddock, to say the least. She's got some size. I was worried that maybe, she looked slightly distance limited, but there's plenty of her, and it looks as though the frequent racing is not having any ill effects for the horse who is likely to be setting the pace out there. I'm going to throw in the 8 here, guys. I don't know if I said that to you, Bobby, or not, but Sweet Little Lila, I feel like we know who she is, and that version could win this race. She is very small, very petite, but that comes with her pedigree. I remember her dam, Sassy Little Lila, she was tiny, especially for an Artie Schiller, who he tends to throw kind of big, scopy horses. She looks great here. I have no problems with her, but I wish she did a little bit more running. And I get that Ultimate Love is talented. She's 3 for 3 and heading out to the Breeders' Cup for Mike Trombetta. But the 5.5 lengths of defeat bothers me a bit with Sweet Little Lila. We'll see. As you guys said, it is a generous price on a horse who's obviously talented enough to win this.
I have a valid point that Maggie makes about the 8. She's not wrong. She should have run better. She lost to a good horse, but she should have run better. I still like her, but her point's very valid.
Still, 7-2's
a fair price.
Fairly generous.
Here's the 4, cutting the corner over the dub horse on the outside, who was 4 or 5 wide. Watch this. She opens up like 3 lengths. How did she lose this race? I mean, if you bet on her, you're like spending the money, right? It's unbelievable that she lost this race. And this was not a good race. And the horse who beat her is not a particularly good horse. Ooh.
Wow.
Good luck to Joelle getting a better trip today.
Was the debut. We'll see if she can improve second time out. But
She
yeah,
better.
that's rough. Can't save more ground than that.
About as sweet a trip as a horse can get.
8-1 for start number 2. Joel Rosario will be aboard.
They love the 1, don't they?
Chad Brown Barn getting overbet again.
Well, to be fair, they're having a spectacular meet. I mean, the horses, he's winning at almost a 30% clip. And I would argue this one's getting more overbet. Than the last race?
Not that, obviously a huge, major player, but.
Yeah, they're both overbet. Well, the last one already won, so she was obviously the right price.
But yeah. I mean, that was a deserving favorite.
Like a 7-horse
This one
photo.
probably shouldn't even be the favorite.
No? I think the 8's the horse to beat. I understand why the 1's getting bet. She may win. I just kind of for the 8. But I also think the 3 is dangerous here, the first. Or maybe the horse can't run, but this horse has a lot of pedigree.
Pick 4 starts here. Yeah, there is the Todd Pletcher Rapoli Stable debuter, Osmosis. Pratt filling in for Johnny V, who's out today. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
The jeweler, Osmosis. Skywatcher. Resort. Skywatcher backs away. Now moves forward. Ancient. Ancient. And You're Fabulous. To the outside. You're Fabulous. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Sharing Wisdom has early speed, and so does Candy Moonshine from in between horses. Gets over to the rail, and Candy Moonshine, Jamie Rodriguez, is quickest. Candy Moonshine has a full-length advantage. Resort towards the outside. Mild pressure with at the rail. That's Sharing Wisdom in third. Following them is Sweet Little Lila, who's now in fourth. To the outside of that one comes the Jeweler in fifth. In sixth at the rail comes Alibi. Then in seventh, that's Skywatcher, who's joined in tandem here from You're Fabulous towards the outside with at the rail Osmosis. Cornering wide around that first turn was Ancient towards the back end of the field, and the trailer is Asking. The leader is Candy Moonshine. Candy Moonshine trying to take them all the way is 23.31 for the opening quarter mile. Towards the outside comes Resort, is a challenging second now with Sharing Wisdom at the rail in third. No Move Yet, Alibi is right there in tandem with Sweet Little Lila. The Jeweler is to the outside of Skywatcher, who's well settled mid-pack. From the back, trying to run on here comes You're Fabulous, who's on the move. On the far outside also comes Ancient. Second to last is Osmosis, and the trailer is Asking. 49 seconds flat for a half-mile time. Candy Moonshine into the turn, and Candy Moonshine is up by a full length. No Move Yet, Christopher Elliott on Sharing Wisdom, nowhere to go, is saving on the ground, and here comes a three-wide run from Sweet Little Lila and Dylan Davis on the move. In between horses Resort, but Candy Moonshine's got plenty. Candy Moonshine is ready to kick for home. Sweet Little Lila is ready to pounce towards the outside. Sharing Wisdom trying to rally on. Not much rallying on from the back as Candy Moonshine still sprints clear. Candy Moonshine, Sweet Little Lila, down to these two. Candy Moonshine still in front. Candy Moonshine, Sweet Little Lila. Candy Moonshine took them all the way. Sweet Little Lila second, Sharing Wisdom. Then came Alibi, followed by Osmosis in 1 minute 43 and 4.
Candy Moonshine takes them every step of the way for the win. Breaks her maiden start number 6.
She didn't walk the dog. I mean, they went 23-1 the first quarter. I didn't see her. I didn't like her. I still don't see her. But she wired the field. Felt to me like Sweet Little Lila was just going to roll by her top of the stretch, but she was able to hold her off as they beat the rest of the field by a city block.
Just missed only to get DQ'd in a maiden special weight here early October.
If they DQ her today, it's good for me. I have a little 8 too.
Don't think that's happening. 7-1, sorry.
I missed her. Get her at all.
Blinkers come off. Figured to be the one leading the way, and does every step of the way to start off the pick 4. Mike Gorham Barn, RKT and Racing, Jaime Rodriguez.
She was best today. She got it, slow second quarter, but second horse was in, hailing distance, and she got a pretty good trip. I mean, I guess the 6 got a slightly better trip, but 8 had no chance. 8 had every opportunity to beat her. Just couldn't run down.
6-8-2-1. Candy Moonshine with a win at 7-1 here in the 6. Prices when we come back. We had a terrific Saturday for Empire Showcase Day, and the main event, terrific stretch stool with Bank Frenzy and Doc Sullivan that went to Bank Frenzy. We'll take a look back when we return.
The rumblings started early and only intensified, with performances that sent shockwaves across the nation. At the center of it all,
Epicenter is at the top of the 3-year-old class in the Run Happy Travers.
Epicenter, 3-year-old champion by Not This Time. Coolmore America, home of champions.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races here on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Pick 4 underway. Candy Moonshine with a victory. Jaime Rodriguez 7-1. Gate to wire win. Taking the blinkers off here and holding off sweet little Lila, who was stakes placed out of town in Maryland last time out. Let's go down to Maggie.
Pleased to be joined by, I'm going to start with Mr. Rodriguez, because my first question, you set the record straight. Jamie or Jaime, as you're going to be spending the winter here with us?
Everybody, I used to already that they call me Jamie, and then I just stay like that.
You're the best. Literally, and you have so many friends. Like, everybody's congratulating you. How does it feel? Because I know, I've known you for, gosh, 15 years now. You started here. You began your bug here. So what's it like being back?
Hey, like I said, I'm feeling happy, and like I said, God gave me the opportunity, open me the doors, and I got to take a shot, and keep working hard, and coming back home is really happy, and everybody see me and everything, everybody get happy, and I like that, and everybody never forget little people,
Exactly, and I think your personality kind of makes you a favorite as well. You're always smiling, always, have that positive attitude, and obviously it translates well to the horses out there too.
Yeah, it's good, and like I said, you got to be happy with everybody, no matter what you're going through, whatever. You got to just keep a smile, and like I said, when God let you get up in the morning, you just got to keep working on and keep going.
I love that. We'll talk a little bit about this filly here, Candy Moonshine. It was your first time aboard her. She was a clear-cut speed. And Mike Gorham taking the blinkers off. Obviously, she got a little bit erratic down the stretch last time out, but showed that she belongs with these maiden special weights in New York. She ran a straight course today, though.
I rode a first timer. She gone 3/4, and I told her, I say, maybe a little bit longer going to be better. And
Jeez, I'm sorry. You did right the first 2 starts.
That's okay. And then I rode a second time, and she do the same thing, like looking around, waving around. I tell her, maybe try blinker, see maybe work, and now walking happy, maybe work on that. We put him in the turf and rode it with Raul Mena rode it, and she did, I think she took in the gap, and she lost the race. I think she ran third or something like that. And then she did the same thing here. But here she ran a little bit more straight, but she was looking around, and Franco told her to take blinkers off and everything, and she was good. And I know her, and I literally just talking to her, and just timing the momentum when we're going to pass the chute, and then you're hitting in the left, and then she react right away.
It was great. It was a really good performance. Well done, you. And I'm sure rewarding for a filly that you started with, got back on, and got the win.
Yeah, and really thanks to the training and everything, for believing in me and give me the opportunity back, and really happy.
Well done, and we'll be seeing you a lot more with these interviews, I'm sure, in the winner's circle throughout the Aqueduct season.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Jamie Rodriguez here getting the win. Candy Moonshine. She was good today, Greg.
She was able to finish, found more in the stretch, and gets down first win of her career to break her maiden, Michael Gorham. I mean, good for Jaime Rodriguez here. So $17.32 horse. Shaking things up a little bit in these multi-race wagers, and to kick off the late pick 4.
Yeah, if you have this horse, you got a nice price, nice job getting it done, wiring the field.
Let's move on to race 7, main track, 7 furlongs, New York breds, first level allowance condition. And Intentious, what a tough beat last start. Thought this one was home free.
Well, she'd have her chance to win. I mean, I don't know. To me, that's a lesser field. I mean, keep in mind, the horse who was 4th in that race just finished nowhere as the second choice in a $17,500 non-winners of 2 lifetime race. So I don't think it was a very good race. I'm betting you got to have hope, the 3. And my hope is that she can still run, and there is some real question. But as a 2-year-old, she won her debut with a figure that could make her contentious here. She's supposed to improve. Now, maybe she hasn't. Her last 2 races have not been good, and she did run well in the turf in subsequent starts. Her 1 race in the dirt was a tough off-the-turf field with a fast pace. So I'm not going to hold that against her. I'll give her 1 last chance in the year, and I feel like that's what Horacio Paz is doing with her, and I'll take my chance. And with the 5 scratching, she should be the controlling speed. Whether that helps or not, we'll find out.
Yeah, all right, we'll get back to this 18 minutes away, race 7 on the card. Let's look back to Empire Showcase Day and the main event. What a thriller we had down the stretch in this Empire Classic between Bank Frenzy and Doc Sullivan.
So many of these New York breds are horses we feel like we've spent such an enormous amount of time with it. It's just enjoyable, especially this end of the year, one of these showcase days, to see them all run together. And Bank Frenzy has been sensational since being purchased by LSU and given to Rudy. Done a great job. Doc Sullivan came to him, looked like he was going to beat him, and Bank Frenzy just would not be denied.
Manny Franco has been his main pilot, and now 10 for 20 lifetime with 5 runner-ups. Almost $840,000 in earnings for the son of Central Banker.
Just a really neat horse. Really, really neat horse.
So good for Bank Frenzy. Nice win earlier on in the card. In the Hudson, Mike Makerbarn continues to roll as the wine steward with an easy victory.
He got a 98 buyer. I believe it was the highest speed figure given out all day, and he was very, very good. And he's just a better horse around one turn. He's run well around 2. He's better around one turn. Vetriano ran really well. He just wasn't good enough to beat this horse.
Former stakes winner, multiple stakes winner against Open Company, graded stakes placed. Short price favorite, does not disappoint with Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard. And you see a convincing victory in that win with that gaudy speed figure as mentioned.
I wonder if Mike is looking at even entertaining the possibility of running this horse in one of the stakes, whether it's a race like the Cigar Mile or there's 6 furlongs and a Bold Ruler, one of those races, because he's a good horse and he deserves a chance in there. He's fast, and I think a one-turn race is really perfect.
Started off the year with a win at a mile in an Open Company stake.
Around 2 turns too. Yeah, no, he's a good horse. I really like that horse.
Look at everybody who won on the card yesterday on Empire Showcase Day. 26 Black, big performance.
A lot of short prices. Most of the horses that were short prices delivered. I thought the Empire Distaff Altalina ran well, but boy, that was a tough beat for the second place finisher in there who ran really too well to lose. Thomas Coutinho.
Awesome check, terrific form.
Yep. Great form for Sterling Silver. Nice to see her get the win. And a nice race off the layoff for the runner-up, also for Rosita Paz and Barry Schwartz. Barry Schwartz has been a big part of the New York Bred breeding program for a long, long time.
Yeah, I hope you enjoyed our coverage of Empire Showcase Day. We're going to take a time out. Speaking of, we're going to have more on Horacio Paz when we come back from a break. You like who he has coming up in the next race? You got to have hope right now. 8-1 on his 3-year-old filly, who will have Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard.
How magnificent was Full Count Felicia? Never in doubt.
Coming down to the finish, First World War. Fort Washington on the outside. They're coming down to the line, and Goliad does it.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
And it is a beautiful evening for the inaugural championship sale.
We just are always trying to think of things that are additive to the market, exciting ways to offer an opportunity for people to get involved.
I applaud Keeneland for stepping up and something new, and let's go.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished 3rd.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife.
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Day at the Spa hanging on to Veranda. Danker's trying to make headway. Secret Gestures in there. Just the Judge. Stephanie's Kitten coming with a late run on the outside. But Day at the Spa. Day at the Spa's going on with it. Stephanie's Kitten late. But a Day at the Spa perfectly ridden by Javier Castellano.
2014 Breeders' Cup filly in Mare Turf. Day at the Spa with Javier Castellano for Chad Brown, beating Stephanie's Kitten.
Able to get absolutely loose on the lead in this race, and she was a good horse. She was better going shorter, but she was able to control in the front end. Chad Brown told me she was going to wire the field. I didn't listen to him.
That's Santa Anita, that victory. Let's take a look at the New York breds who will compete this year. Iron Orchard, undefeated for Danny Gargan. Stretched out with a grade 1 Frizette sitting off the pace doing so. Rhetorical, who we saw win a state bred race at Saratoga this summer, then win the grade 1 at Keeneland in preparation for the mile.
And he ran well. I'm not going to knock him. He's a very good horse. I do not like his chances in the Breeders' Cup Mile.
Having said that,
yeah, but he
wow,
did.
Has he come around?
He did run. No, he's a good horse. He's never not run a good race. From his first start to his last, I think this was the day to have him. We'll see how he does. We'll see how Will Walden does in the Breeders' Cup. I think if a New York bred wins, I believe it'll be Iron Orchard. I would book this one to bet her, but not a lot because he will be a big price. If you like her better.
Program trading.
It's okay. I mean, I think he's more likely to win a Rhetorical. I don't know if either one of them. I don't have a strong opinion yet in that race.
Jockey was 4th in that race. He'll be coming back as well for Andrew Balding.
Yep, not impossible.
Johannes,
not impossible. Want to see the draw. That's a race where the draw could really matter. You know,
speech in that Woodbine Mile was impressive.
Yeah. I think Formidable Man is interesting in there at a price, actually.
Obviously, Lion and winner for Aidan O'Brien.
Yeah, I mean,
player.
Horse who beat him, is Karat? No.
Salon, couple starts back?
Who beat him, yeah. He's not impossible either.
Mile's always fascinating.
Yes, fun race. I agree. Totally agree with you.
All right, let's get back to the 7th race coming up. 2-1 favorite and has become the Linda Rice runner outside the 10, Nina Kay. Jose Lezcano will be aboard. A distant second at Saratoga at this condition back in July. Let's go down to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll take a look at some horses coming in off of layoffs, varying lengths of layoffs, beginning with number 1, Princess Becca here from Michelle Giangiulio. And we have not seen her since February, so a little bit over 8 months since she's been in a race. And last time she was wired by Monetary Monarch, and I looked back at Andy's track trends, and it wasn't as if it was a race tilted towards inside speed. That's what Monetary Monarch was. And she just kind of really didn't deliver her usual type of effort where, you know, this is a filly that has never been worse than 3rd in nearly all of her starts, 7 of her 8. 6 of her 8. But looking at her here today, she does look very fit and incredibly well muscled. And I know Michelle's barn hasn't been winning as much, but you know, some of her horses running well here, and it really looks as though Princess Becca is primed and ready for a big effort back here. In fact, I think she looks a little bit more tucked up and stronger than what I've seen from her in the past, as if she's filling out now, more so now towards the tail end of her 4-year-old year. So liking what I'm seeing from her coming back off the bench. Is your favorite on the outside, Nina Kay. She was last seen, as Greg said, back in July at Saratoga, and a day in which we saw Geopolitics, who was weirdly favored again in that race, fall to her face, and it allowed Collect the Data to set the pace and go gate to wire, with Nina Kay kind of chasing to her outside. I like what I'm seeing from Nina Kay. She is aggressive here in the paddock. She has been marching around with a purpose ever since she stepped foot in here. I'm sure her groom's arm and hand are quite tired, but she is one that at times carries a bit more weight and conditioning. That's not the case. She looks very svelte and tucked up today. So I think she's another one, Greg, ready for this return to the races.
See what happens coming up. Wow, the 7 now has become favored. Intentious.
Oh, she would beat me. I don't get it at all with her, to be honest with you. I really don't. I think she should have won last time against a very subpar field for this level. I think it's a much tougher field. I can see Nina Kay winning. What worries me a little about Nina Kay is she didn't really improve off of the 6-month layoff, or five and almost 6-month layoff last time out. That bothers me a little bit, but she's dangerous in here.
Second
As
starter.
is Princess Becca. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no, off the Princess Becca the one, so
Yeah.
she hasn't run since February, but yeah, she was certainly going in the right direction, but a long time away.
Yeah, Michelle Giangilio, 6 to 12-month layoffs in the dirt. She's 2 for 6 with 3 in the board and a $4 ROI. So
And
small sample, but she's won.
Did win before off a pretty lengthy layoff in the second start of her career.
There you go. Yeah, there you go. No, she's dangerous in here. Absolutely. I'm going to go with you got to have hope. I've got hope that she can still run. And to me, she's an all or nothing proposition. I think if she can still run, she's going to win this race, in my opinion. I mean, she ran a race that's good enough to compete with these as a 2-year-old. And her one dirt race since that then was off of a 7-month layoff in a very tough off-the-turf race. Her turf race has been bad, and she was a better turf horse as a 2-year-old.
She should be the one everyone's chasing.
God, if she gets out of the gate, she has to be in front.
Princess Becca, so off since early February with Kendrick Carmouche aboard.
Absolutely a player in this race, and she could be forward as well.
You got to have hope. Horacio de Paz, Ricardo Santana Jr.
As you said, I'm going to try to wire the field with her.
Sunshine Lily just broke her maiden career start, number 6.
Fast enough to compete in this race.
Got a 74 buyer for the win. That was at 6 furlongs. Amy's Light. Fifth. That's a big price, isn't it?
Yeah, she shouldn't be 15 to 1. Her last race is fast enough to compete. She cuts back a little in distance.
Intentious. She's had issues getting out clean. I felt that really compromised her last start.
You like her a lot more than I do. I'm not a fan. I think she comes out of a very weak field.
Graceful Rose is a big number at 16 to 1.
I agree, and she should be probably a higher price than that. Trainer to just win a race.
Big positive with the 9. It's the Mike Maker barn.
Yeah, the only thing to like about her is Maker, right? And she hasn't been in the dirt in quite a while, but she failed a lot in the dirt. But it's Maker, so I guess anything's possible,
And
right?
then back to favoritism, Nina Kay, first start since July 24th.
No, I don't think she's the wrong favorite in this race. I think she makes sense as the favorite.
All right, so let's look back at Intentious in her most recent start, September 19th. Trouble out of the gate, hit the gate actually at the start, and was last early, a mile behind the field.
But she is a deep closer. I mean, that's her running style. And this race just completely imploded in the late stages. You see her moving up here and sort of looking like a winner, whereas the horse on the outside had been chasing the whole way under a hard drive, and it felt like she had it won right in here. I mean, I thought she was home. I bet the winner. I thought I was dead. I thought she had her beat, and she just didn't quite get up. She ran fine. But I think it's important to point out the horse who ran fourth in there was a complete no-show in a much weaker field earlier today, and she's 2 to 1. To me, she wins, I lose.
She's become the favorite again.
She may lose, and I'll still lose.
At 2 to 1. Meanwhile, the one they all got to catch. You got to have hope. Turf sprint speed. She should be alone in front. And as you mentioned earlier, with the 5 coming out, only helps her chances.
Yeah, I think with the 1 in 10s or the ones in pursuit, this is her maiden debut win. She ran a 69 buyer that day and ran a figure that is fast enough to win this race as a 2-year-old. The problem is she hasn't really run well this year. She may be a horse that was precocious as a 2-year-old and just not any good anymore. But she's the speed. She has this race, and she's 6 to 1 in a race where I'm not enamored with anybody, so I don't mind losing a few dollars on her. I'll find out today if she can still run. So will Horacio.
Ricardo Santana Jr. will try and lead her every step of the way to victory. Let's go down to Maggie.
Well, when I did the handicapping show with Andy, I too picked You Gotta Have Hope. And I will stand in solidarity with you, Andy, but I gotta say, I didn't like her much in the preliminaries. She was okay, and I think what we're fearful of is kind of evidenced with her physicality. She has not changed from 2 to 3 at all. And Horacio's horses are running very well, but it's reflective in the way they look. They look better than what he has had them looking in the past at this time of year, because a lot of times they have that shaggy, kind of drab winter coat already, and the majority of his horses do not look that way. She does. Those front wraps do stay on. You know, Ricardo kept her with the pony. She can be a little bit of a high-strung type. Okay, fine, but I wish he would have just let her gallop on a little bit more so I could kind of see how she was moving. I get the merits of taking her here, but I just wish she did a little bit more for me watching them warm up. A horse that I was a little bit against on paper, though, that has impressed me in the warm-ups and in the paddock is number 4, Sunshine Lily. You could make the argument that she's a little bit of a one-figure type of horse, but I also think you can come up with excuses as to why her previous races weren't nearly as fast. Obviously, she lost all chance at the break 2 back. She was on the turf before that. And then, you know, you go back to the 2 March and April efforts. Well, she was barely a 3-year-old. She wasn't a 3-year-old. She was a 2-year-old. And horses just naturally get faster the older they get. So I think now, possibly with her last race, is a true reflection of who she is now as a later 3-year-old turning 4. Warmed up beautifully, caught my eye in the paddock. I mean, looks even better than what she did in that maiden breaking score, which I get it. She just barely got up. She battled hard against inferior horses to what she meets here today. But I do think there's a little bit of upside with her just based upon what I've observed from her in these prelims, Greg.
See what happens. She's 10-1. Would need to improve a little bit off that performance, but she may.
I bet her last time she got an absolutely perfect trip to win. I mean, I'm not saying she has no chance because she doesn't have no chance. She can win here, and I'd rather bet her at 10-1 than the 7 at 2-1. Having said that, I prefer other horses, but I wouldn't talk anybody off this horse at a price.
I mean, there's questions with everybody in here. The 1 hasn't raced since February. The 3 getting back to dirt, and she has that one, the debut on dirt that makes her a contender. That was back in August of 24.
I'm going to stick with her to wire the field, but we'll see. She's got to get 7. We'll see how the first quarter goes.
Still the huge, just massive overlay continues to be the 6, who certainly that last race sort of puts her at least in the ballpark.
Well, you're going to have to explain to me how the 6 is only 2/3 the price of the 8. I mean, maybe they're afraid of the 7-pound bug rider. I think the 6 is, I didn't like the 6, but I don't think she's impossible. Another horse. Honestly, I wouldn't talk anybody off anybody in this race except for the 7 at 2-1. I don't like the 7. She'll probably win. Maybe I'll get her in the winner's circle, but I don't like her. Now, you like her more than I do, Greg. A lot more than I do.
Difficult race.
It's not an easy race. I agree. And listen, maybe the 3 just can't really run anymore, but I'll take my chances.
So
Bet a lot of losers. I can bet another one.
Yeah, Amy's Light went 6.5 furlongs back on September 14th. And a sneaky, better than looks sort of performance. And then went a mile last start.
She runs figures that are comparable to others in the year at times.
Might be perfect.
She's just got low-profile connections, so she's getting completely ignored. But she's not impossible.
Favoritism's gone all over the place in here, but now it's back with Linda Rice, Nina Kay on the outside. The 10, race 7, set to go. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Amy's Light. Nina Kay. Nina Kay, last to load. Goes in. Opening the front of the gate towards the inside there. You gotta have hope. Closing the front. And they are going to back this rival out. Backing out the 3, you got to have hope. Goes back in. And they're off. Princess Becca has early speed at the rail. You got to have hope is in the early mix too. Joining them, Sunshine Lily, and 4 across the racetrack here is now going to take back. That's going to be Amy's Light. There in 5th is Nina Kay. It's a scramble on from the front, and you got to have hope with the nose in front. No easy leads, though. Princess Becca towards the inside. Sunshine Lily 3 wide. Just behind them, Nina Kay. Travels in tandem here with Amy's Light. They're 4th and 5th, and joining them, Willful Mama set of the racetrack is in 6th. Towards the back end of the field, Graceful Rose. And the trailer, Intentious. 22.76 for the opening quarter mile. Princess Becca's in front. You gotta have hope in 2nd. Here comes Sunshine Lily on the move in 3rd. Amy's Light is at the rail in 4th. Nina Kay is bottled up. Nowhere to go right now in 5th. Willful Mama is going to sprint towards the outside of that one. That's the front 6. From the back end, Tencha starts to rally with Graceful Rose. As they approach the top of the stretch, will Nina Kay find any running room? Has a ton of horse, nowhere to go. They reach the top of the stretch. Princess Becca has now kicked on. You gotta have hope. Sunshine Lily. Nina Kay is the gray, center of the racetrack, who's unleashed and at the rail. Intentious with a ground-saving journey. That might be the winning move. Intentious saved all the ground. Intentious is now in front. Nina Kay is going to dive one more time, and here comes late Graceful Rose. Intentious almost there. Intentious, Dylan Davis. They won it. Nina Kay 2nd, then came Graceful Rose for 3rd, and Princess Becca 1 minute 23.69 seconds.
Intentious up the fence, Dylan Davis, and able to win for the 5th time in her career.
Didn't like her at all. She got the money. She also got a tremendous ride and trip from Dylan. Got it done. If they ran again, I'd bet against her again. But she got the money. You were right about her, Greg. I didn't see it at all.
David Duggan Barn, Windy Lee Farm with Dylan, and she gives herself a lot of work to do.
She got a more contentious pace than you would have expected, but still. Got a great trip and a great ride, but she's a horse that's comfortable running inside of horses, and she got it done.
And with the kind of trip she's going to get, Dylan, he's got to commit to staying in the inside and saving ground, and he did, and it worked out.
It's always a lot easier when they all drift off the rail, but absolutely.
Winds up, for a moment, she was favored. Went off at 5-2. Second choice.
My 3 can't run at all anymore, by the way.
After
she lead, but she was brutal.
Tough beat last start for Intentious. This time gets the money.
Yep. Favorites run 2-1. With Mike Maker, of course, filling it out. Shocking, another Maker horse that ran better in her PPs.
7, 10, 8, 1. Let's go to Maggie.
I mean, guys, we saw this pace just incinerate here. And I have to give I know she finished 4th, which isn't part of the top 3, which is where you want to be. But Princess Becca, I thought, ran really well under the gun from the start, off that 8-month plus layoff. So one that hopefully, if she stays sound and on the racetrack, that this race set her up for a good effort. Nina Kay, I think, a little unlucky not finding a clear path throughout there, kind of shuffled back, had a little bit of a yo-yo type of trip. But Intentious found the rail, got the pace set up, and got the win.
And that man right there continuing to have 2023, 2024, and again this year. 3 of the best years of his career, David Duggan. Dylan Davis on Intentious to take the 7th at 5-2 with Dylan Davis.
As they say,
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
if you can make it here,
Book 'em, Dano in a thriller. Book 'em, Dano wears him down. Book 'em, Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
you can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em, Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Here we're brought to you by Naira Bets on Fox Sports 2. Intentious. Second choice. In the end, she gets the win with a perfect ride from Dylan Davis for trainer Dave Duggan and Windy Lee Farm. And Dave, she's a big girl. I find that horses like that have a little bit of trouble getting out of the gate. So you're a little bit pace dependent, but when you saw things kind of heating up on the front end, you had to be like licking your chops.
I was delighted, yeah. But getting back to your point on her being a big girl,
Yeah.
we figured out that she just needs to be left alone. That's why we don't even rush her away from the gate. So, and once she gets balanced, then you can make that one sustained run. And she did it. She had the extra distance too today, which helped. Yeah.
That does help, kind of that middle distance type of runner.
And he gave her a super ride, absolutely super. I was getting a little worried when he was coming down along the rail, but I was delighted with the way he, Dylan is Dylan, did a great job.
He did. Talk a little bit about your horse, though, in the last maiden 50. Blame it on KJ. I'm a little intrigued by him. And not the greatest post in the world, which is a little concerning, but each start, and especially with his 2 turf starts, he's taken a step forward.
Yeah, he's doing great. He's improved enough to be competitive. I mean, I think that obviously I'm always worried about Deemer. If Deemer gets a clear trip, he'll be tough to beat, but I've improved enough to be very competitive.
I like that. All right. Well, best of luck in the last 2.
Thank you very much.
And of course, congratulations with this win with Intentious, as she gets the win and returns $7.04 for the win, Greg.
Indeed. Nina Kay, Graceful Rose round out the trifecta. Intention winning for the 5th time in her career after a brutal beat last time out to lose by a neck. This time gets up, gets the money as we move on to yet another wide open race in this 6-furlong turf sprint in the 8th. Allowance optional claiming field where
The 10 is going to be a heavy favorite,
yes.
I think, by post time.
Hangover Heaven will not be favored, but right now is the 4. Truth and Beauty, massive turf debut to break the maiden at Saratoga this summer for Ray Handel.
Yes, she was extremely good, but she's probably going to have company from an ex-Ray Handel horse in the 8 Gratefully, who, while she's won both her starts in the dirt, her dams and multiple graded stakes were in the turf, including the Miss Grillo and Lake George, and they want to get on the turf, and she has speed. It'll be interesting to see what happens. It's a really, really fun race. I like being Betty, the 3.
We'll talk more about it when we come back. We'll talk Breeders' Cup Turf when we return, and a 2-time champ trying for the rare 3. Rebels Romance, 20 for 29 lifetime. His 7-year-old still in tip-top form. Stay with us.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off.
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
The Cup is calling at the Breeders' Cup with Naira Bets. Download the Naira Bets app or sign up at NairaBets.com to get a $25 free bet and $200 deposit match bonus today. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, and boost your bankroll with lucrative promotions. Play the Breeders' Cup World Championship with Naira Bets. New players sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match only with Naira Bets.
Folsom from last to first in the Met win. And Folsom is flying to the finish.
Folsom is taking the front, and Folsom kicks for home.
And Folsom sticks his neck out and runs to the wire. It is Folsom!
It's Folsom in front, and Folsom wins the Governor's Stakes. Rebels Romance has built a big lead here. Rousham Park is cutting into it. Rebels Romance by 2. Rousham Park coming. Rebels Romance, Rousham Park. Rebels Romance, a Breeders' Cup winner again.
2022, 2024. Is it going to be Rebels Romance again in 2025?
Probably. I'm not going to pick him because as soon as I pick him, he'll lose. And I guess Mini Hawk and he are the two horses to beat in there. The runner-up in the Arc. They look like the main two horses. I'm a little interested in the horse in the rail, Amelia, coming in, a horse that just lost the first time, going 1 3/4, could have some upside in there. It's a tough ask to see any horse from the U.S. actually winning this race.
He has been such an incredible story.
Amazing.
To have that kind of, I mean, he's just as good as he has ever been now at 7.
Amazing. He's like a machine. On time, every single time. 20 for 29.
Joe
no
Hirsch,
seconds.
Turf Classic, edging out redistricting and El Cordobas.
It's amazing. He's a machine, this horse. I mean, just crushed these horses last time. I mean, listen, I think there's horses that can get a piece. Redistricting certainly belongs as much as any other horses in the U.S. based. Tough to see him winning. I mean, I think Amelia is probably the only place I could go if I was going to try to beat Rebels Romance and or Mini Hawk. But I'm not strongly confident trying to beat them, though I would prefer Rebels Romance to Mini Hawk.
No Goliath.
I don't like Goliath at all.
Who had beat Rebels Romance back in July 2024 at Ascot in the King George and Queen Elizabeth.
He did.
You just don't think the same horse?
He has no consistency at all for me. Got some good races, though. It's just not my cup of tea.
Meanwhile, redistricting, can I get it out? Redistricting for Chad Brown-Klarovich. So chased Rebels Romance last start. A little move forward. Can he get a little bit closer?
I think he could be 3rd or 4th in this race. It's hard to see him winning, but I think he'd get a piece. I mean, third money's not so bad in here. I think he belongs as much as any of the U.S.-based runners. He's run well in his races. He can be forwardly placed. He showed he didn't need a lead to run effectively last time out. He's okay, but I don't think he can beat these horses.
Let's hear from Chad Brown.
I really was initially thinking Breeders' Cup for him. He's well beaten by the likely favorite in the race, but the more I saw the field coming together, he's in that group of American horses that are all probably very similar. So I figured let's pre-enter and look. And if I had to say one thing about him, he's better on shorter cut turf, firmer turf out at Del Mar. He probably will gain a couple more lengths out there. Whether it's enough to hit the board, I'm not sure. For that much money, when you're dealing with these Breeders' Cup races, particularly the higher end ones, even if you get a piece of them, it's worth it.
Tall task for anybody in this group dealing with the monster that is Rebels Romance. But again, Mini Hawk, as you mentioned, Goliath still deserves a big look. He comes off a win in Germany at 1.5 miles. He's won over $1 million in his career. And then the one you mentioned, Amelia as well, 3-year-old who's coming off the first defeat of his career.
But Amelia feels like the kind of horse that I like in Breeders' Cup races, not horses like Mini Hawk that are coming here as an afterthought. Mini Hawk lost the Arc, and they took a shot taking here. Those Aidan O'Brien horses over the years have underperformed in the Breeders' Cup. She's obviously very good and could win this race. Whereas Amelia, this last time was his first race in 3 months, 1 3/4, lost to a very good horse in Al Rifa, finishing second that day. And now he's going to the Breeders' Cup. It feels like this was the plan, to get him the Breeders' Cup with that race. I like that. The Europeans I've made money with in the Breeders' Cup turf, and there have been some good ones, where this kind of horse looks a little bit under the radar, not running necessarily in the very biggest of races throughout their career, but pointed for the Breeders' Cup.
5 for 6 lifetime Group 2 winner at 1.5 miles. And yeah, interested to see what we get out of that. 3-year-old maybe on the improve, who maybe went a little too far last time.
Yeah, no, it was 3-month layoff, 1 3/4.
Champions ticket, win an all expenses paid trip to the 2026-27 World Championships. Of course, 2027, they will be at the brand new, beautiful Belmont Park, back to New York for the first time in a long time. So enter at breederscup.com to try and win that terrific trip. We're going to take a timeout. Race 8, when we return, we're 13 minutes to post in this 6-furlong sprint. Truth and Beauty. Start number 2 was the turf debut, and it was a great win by more than 4 lengths. Stay with us.
$1,600,000. $1,600,000 in the name. $1,600,000 bid now. Bid now 650. $1,650,000. $1,650,000. Anybody else want $650,000 in the name? $1,650,000. $1,600,000. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us here on America's Day at the Races, as we're proudly brought to you by Hillendale Farm out of Lapa, I should say. They're also on a pumpkin, which gotta love those pumpkins this time of year. Halloween, less than a week away. Hope everybody has their costumes ready, but we are here in the paddock with tack on for today's feature race, and what a feature it is. I mean, this is a deep and competitive field with a lot of ways to go, and we'll take a look at some horses trying something new for the first time, i.e. trying the turf, and one that has tried to do so in 2 previous efforts, but Mother Nature not cooperating, is number 8, and here gratefully as she is going out for Rob Falcone off the back of a win and a pretty fast figure on that muddy sealed racetrack. But I had written in my notes, first time out, looks all turf. So I'm excited to see her, to say the least, on this surface. And 2, she's done well. She's filled out. She's gotten stronger with racing. And on top of that, selflessly, her dam was a multiple graded stakes winner on this surface. So I think this is a very logical switch for her. And I know Connections have always thought that this is going to be her preferred surface. Now, taking a look at one that's a massive price right now, coming back off a layoff, it's number 6, Wild Mama, for her first start as a 3-year-old. Make the rider Kendrick Carmuchin here for Mark Hennig. And I know that she won her first start on the dirt, and she has a pretty nice dirt pedigree on top of that, as the second generation, the dam is have to, well, Hot Dixie Chick, Always Dreaming, Positive Spirit. All of them are very accomplished graded stakes types on the dirt. But she is a daughter of American Pharaoh, and as she comes back here, maybe it's just a race to kind of get it into her, maybe they feel as though she'll need a start. She's done very well. I mean, she's filled out. She is just a more mature looking filly, and she does have a proverbial turf hoof. So I don't know. I know she had speed in that dirt sprint first time out. We'll see how much speed she has here. I just always feel like these races are just run in a much quicker fashion than the dirt. As we'll move on to horses making their first starts here at NYRA, including number 7, Epic Style, who I thought ran very well to get the win. She was wide and towards the wide on the racetrack, I should say, the entire way around there for Mike Stidham at Kentucky Downs, and she just kept on coming. So I feel like she ran a little bit further than the 6 furlongs. So she has that stamina built into her. She looks incredibly fit, shipping in here to face winners for the first time, and matches up well in this allowance group. Greg?
Here comes our post parade. Solo Shot going to kick things off 34-1. Ruben Silvera rides.
She's had some wide trips in her races and draws the rail here. She's just deep closer. It hasn't been quite good enough.
Beautiful Crazy. Jose D'Angelo quick on synthetic last couple of starts.
Yeah, she did run okay in her debut, going sprinting on the turf, but not for me.
Being Betty, cut back in distance here for Lisa Barkowski.
We'll talk about her more after the post parade, but she's my pick.
Taking money, too. Hangover Heaven at 3-1.
Well, she should get pace to run at, but this is a much tougher field than she beat last time with an absolutely great trip and great ride from Manny.
Kendra Carmouche on Wild Mama.
She's a big price if you like her, off a long layoff.
Second Dam's only try on the turf, a win with a 96 buyer down the hill. Epic Style comes in off a win at Kentucky Downs.
Yeah, I didn't like the field that she beat, but maybe she's improving a bit.
Just gratefully.
The problem with her, and she's interesting because of her pedigree, is that she has a lot of speed, as does the favorite.
Mom was a multiple graded stakes winner for Chad Brown on the grass. Dee Natale, Wesley Ward.
Yeah, Wesley Ward ships in from Keeneland, and you have to respect them. She scares me.
Truth and Beauty, 3-1 off that huge turf win, sprinting.
Super impressive first time out on the turf. A different story with more speed and tougher horses, but she can win.
Bembridge Ledge, Mike Maker, cuts back.
Yeah, listen, it's Mike Maker, so nothing would surprise me, but her form's a little tough to like.
Yeah, and also eligible draws in next on stage, Ray Handel as well.
Yeah, she's more of a router and turning back on the turf, just not for me, but she's run fast enough to be competitive. Just not my kind of horse.
All right, let's go back to why you like Being Betty here. Jose Lezcano aboard.
Well, I think that she's a sprinter. And she actually ran well going longer last time. She chased 2 wide in a race where all 3 horses, good horses, saved ground virtually the entire way. So she was against the track going too far. The time before that, of the horses that were forwardly placed, she ran as well as everyone but one in there, and I thought it was a very respectable effort. The time before that, she did have the benefit of the track in her favor. She went a fast pace, but, you know, she had a good trip in there, but she ran okay, and I think she's got some good turf sprints. Now, she's not making the lead here, and she is a horse that may need the lead to win, so it concerns me a little bit. But I think she goes up from her 7-1 odds, and at a price I'm willing to take a shot with her. I mean, I think you have to get involved in this race because there's a horse who's currently favored. Listen, I didn't like the last winner, and that horse won. Well, it'll be 2 in a row. You want to bet horses I don't like? Jump on Hangover Heaven. I think Hangover Heaven more than eliminates the takeout from this race.
Comes off a win at 6 furlongs, back on September 20th for the Rick Dutrow Jr. barn. Manny Franco back aboard. 2 wins in 3 tries. As we take a look at the 9, Wesley Ward is always dangerous. Turf sprints among the most, with a horse coming in from Chile, who is a 2-time winner on the turf.
I often feel the horses that Wesley enters and ships from Keeneland do especially well, especially since Wesley's a trainer, a lot like Linda Rice, that's never afraid to scratch. He'll enter all over the country and he'll scratch if he doesn't want to be there. And shipping this horse here, now obviously there's going to be more opportunities here to run the turf. Don't know how many turf sprints are going to even run at Churchill Downs. So maybe he's just looking for a situation. I don't want to bet on these Chilean horses in general, but Wesley I like to bet on. And I just am scared of this horse. I couldn't bet him off PPs, but I can bet him because of Wesley.
Meanwhile, Truth and Beauty debuted on dirt in December of last year, comes back in August on grass, sprinting 5.5 furlongs, and just blows the doors off.
She had the track in her favor, though she did drift a little bit off the rail, but I mean, my gosh. I mean, she entered the stake last week, and Rake scratched her, probably knowing this race was coming up to run her in this spot. But the fact that even would consider entering her stake, and she was not out of it. I mean, if somebody wins this race impressively, she is 1 to 5, I think, to be that horse. She just might be in a different class than these horses. There's other speed in here. This is a very much more competitive race, but she might just be better than these horses. The idea that she's the same price as the 4 right now, to me, is completely and totally nonsensical.
You win going away and win by that kind of margin at 5.5 on the turf. I mean, that is really saying something. Here comes the first try against Winners, though. Let's go to Maggie.
Preach, Andy. I could not agree more when it comes to number 10 in here, Truth and Beauty. I was very impressed with her maiden breaking score. Just felt like they were pretty good horses despite, you know, them not being winners. She just looks like your out and out, tried and true turf sprinter looking at her physically. And I love the way that once the tack got on her, she kind of puffed up, she got on the bridle. And I just think she's going to be very tough in here. Does it concern me that Rick Dutro's horse is taking as much money as she is? Yes, but I'm going to stick with her because I couldn't get over how good that effort was, and she backs it up here today in the prelims. As we'll move on to number 3, Andy's selection being Betty. I've always thought that shorter is better for her, as we do have a late scratch here of number 2, Beautiful Crazy. She will not participate today upon advice of the veterinarians here. Take out number 2, Beautiful Crazy. Getting back to number 3 being Betty, as I've always thought shorter is better for her. And I get kind of, you know, you're a little bit pigeonholed at times when you have a New York bred and you've run out of conditions to go into those longer races. And she has run well going long, but physically and her disposition, because she gets herself incredibly wound up. I mean, they had their hands full getting the tack on her yet again, as they always do. I just wonder what kind of dynamic she's able to work out here. I don't think she's quite as fast as some of the faster horses in here, including your favorite in here for Ray Handel and Truth and Beauty. So can she pass horses? Can she be effective rating? We'll have to find out, but a generous price to find out if she can do so. And then number 9, Dina Talley here for Wesley Ward. Look, she looks like a turf sprinter. She has a massive turf hoof, despite her, you know, winning several of her races on the main track. In fact, she's actually 4 for 6 on a fast dirt track, but I think it's telling that Wesley Ward brings her in here to get back to the turf. Now, if it wasn't Wesley Ward, I'd question how fit she is coming back off the layoff. But it seems like so many times I think Wesley's horses look a bit heavy and they still get up and win. And as I always say, these turf sprints, you're better off having a happy, healthy horse than one that's totally, you know, 100% fit, because they don't really have to be, Greg.
Yeah, a little bit easier to win these turf sprints off layoffs than on the dirt.
I'm not sure. It feels like a long discussion. I mean, you could argue that the routes, they gallop along for the majority of the race and then run the last quarter. I don't know. I didn't. Maggie's the expert on how they look.
8-5 now. Money has come in as we expected on the 10 off that blazing turf debut. But now comes Winners. Now comes an extra half furlong. And the shift from Saratoga to Belmont to the Big A. And we'll see if this one can continue to progress. That was eye-catching, what she did in that turf debut, no question.
Yeah. And she's the right, now she's took the money. I mean, the board adjusted, but they continue to bet the 4. Listen, I didn't like her last time either, but I really don't like her today. But like I said, I didn't like the last winner either. Their horse are going to win. You got to have opinions in this game.
Chris Griffin with the call. Here's race 8, Belmont at the Big A.
Dina Talley steps back, moves in, and Truth and Beauty next to load. Epic Style, Bembridge Ledge, and last to load, next on stage. Next on stage, moving forward. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Bembridge Ledge flashes speed towards the outside. Dina Talley is in the early mix, and here comes Gratefully in between horses. These front 2 hook up. It's Gratefully to the inside of Dina Talley, and outside comes Bembridge Ledge in third. Just behind them is Truth and Beauty, who's in 4th. At the rail, here comes Being Betty from 5th. Outwider in 6th is next on stage. Then in 7th, Epic Style in between horses in the red cap. Outwider is going to be Wild Mama. The 2 at the back, that's Solo Shot with Hangover Heaven. 21 and 4 for that opening quarter mile, and Gratefully is trying to shake loose. Gratefully with a neck advantage. Di Natale is back into the bit, is right there from second. Being Betty with saving ground is in third, is right behind. A battling duo has them in sights as it's set to reach the top of the lane. Gratefully tries to keep going. Di Natale's been there the entire journey. Can Being Betty switch to the outside here and run by them both? Gratefully down on the inside. Di Natale down the center of the course, and Di Natale takes it to Gratefully. Gratefully's trying to hang in there. Being Betty cannot go on from third. A 16th left to go. Di Natale with a head in front. Gratefully still comes back to the inside. These two down to the line. Photo! Head bobber either way. It was Gratefully to the inside. Di Natale running on late for third. That was Epic Style. Final running time, 1 minute 7.73 seconds. It's a photo in today's 8.
Gratefully with that pedigree. Out of Selflessly, multiple graded stakes winner on the grass in this turf debut. Di Natale coming in from Chile for the state's debut for Wesley Ward. I don't know. They were both 6-1 on the board.
I have absolutely no idea.
9 in front, 8 back in front. Now it's the 9, 8, best of the. Oh, I don't know.
I don't know either. But they both ran very well. Why they decided to rate the 10, I have absolutely no idea why they decided to rate the 10. Depends where the wire is.
9's, I mean, the
I don't
8
know.
got the best of the ball, but it might have been just past
I don't know.
the wire. It's just so hard to tell where that finish is.
I don't know.
And the 9's nose may have just been down to the right time. One more look at it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Javier Castellano outside on the 9.
I can watch it 100 times. I'll never know.
And it is the 8.
That's a little frustrating.
Gratefully and Dylan Davis on the inside. Just getting that nose down to the right time. 8, 9, 7, 3. Here in the 8th.
Looked like the 9 had it won. It's a tough beat if you had the 9.
Rob Falcone Jr., Dylan Davis, Adelphi Racing, and the turf debut for Gratefully, out battling Di Natale for the win. It's 6-1. Prices when we come back.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Now bid it at $410,000.
There's your winner, $410,000. $400,000.
Spine-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, secretariat-like.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. Randomized asserted herself as one of the top 3-year-old fillies of her class with a decisive victory in the Grade 1 Alabama. In her next start, she captured the Grade 2 Beldame by nearly 4 lengths.
Randomized, wire to wire.
These 2 graded stakes wins saw her topple Grade 1 winners like Wet Paint, Defining Purpose, Chocolate Gelato, and Amore. From there, she defeated all but dual champion Idiomatic in the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Distaff. At 4, she won the Grade 1 Ogden Phipps, outdueling Idiomatic, as well as Eclipse champions Pretty Mischievous and Soul of an Angel. Winner of the Grade 3 Molly Pitcher this year at 5, she's earned more than $1.7 million for owner Klarovich Stables and trainer Chad Brown. By the champion Nyquist, randomized hails from the family of Grade 1 winners New Year's Day and Got Stormy. Grade 1 winner, randomized, selling this November with Elite Agent.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. A thriller at the wire photo finish in this 8th. Dylan Davis just out-dueling Javier Castellano with Gratefully in the turf debut, beating Di Natale.
Yeah, these two horses ran around the track together. It was a very honest pace and a very good race by both these horses. Tough beat if you bet the 9. What else can you say? Came down to a coin flip. Felt like the 9 had her measured, but the 8 came back on and ran well. There was a reason they wanted to get on the turf. The surprising thing about this race was them deciding to rate the 10. It almost feels like they did it out of intention, and it completely blew up in their face. She didn't run at all. These horses ran well, though.
8, 9, 7, 3. Gratefully's turf debut. Impressive. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Matt Couture of Adelphi Racing Club. And Matt, you said it from the get-go. We want the turf, but yet she was winning on the dirt. She has proven you right, but she has proven that she is a very talented filly.
Yeah, I mean, the end of that race, I mean, she just fought so hard. I think she just wants to run on anything, and she just wants to compete, which is, I mean, we were saying it right before we got on. I mean, you don't get too many horses that want to run that way, and it's just cool to see.
It's such an intangible too, as you're a part of the buying process, the claiming process, but it's something that obviously with these young horses, she was a yearling buy for you guys that you don't know until maybe you're training, but definitely once they hit the track.
Yeah, I mean, she actually was a filly that we almost skipped at the yearling sales. Like we used a shortlister, didn't shortlist the horse. Joe Migliore and I, who Joe buys our horses, we were looking at the horses and we're like, what about this one? And then he went and saw her. He was like, I actually kind of like this horse. And then it took so long to get her to the races. She had little issues here, little issues there. We're really patient. I'm just so happy for all the partners, and thanks to Rob and his team. I mean, it's just awesome to see it, actually come to fruition. What we thought, we always knew she was talented. We just needed to see it on the racetrack.
That's great. And I was chatting with Dave Duggan, who won the race before. I mean, this could be like a rolling Adelphi into Dave double. Blame it on KJ. Got a little love for him.
Yeah, I screwed up. I should have played the pick 3. I only played the double. But I'll take the double. That's okay. And I'm super happy for Dave. And he actually had the filly that ran second to us last time run really nice earlier too. So he's had a good day. Hopefully keep it rolling.
Keep up the great work and congrats.
Thank you very much.
All right, gratefully they have a runner on their hands. She 3 for 3, and as he said, Greg, just that tenacity that's so hard to find in racehorses.
Showed some serious will to win in this performance. She's won her debut on a sloppy sealed track, then a muddy sealed track. Both those came off the grass. Finally get her on the grass with that pedigree. That's what you want. And she wins her turf debut.
Not a bad situation to have a horse this talented that can also run on the dirt. Now, we don't know if she does in a dry dirt track, but the reality is if she gets rained off, in all likelihood, she won't have to deal with that. So she's pretty good. Now, turf season coming to a close, but they have stuff to look forward to with this 3-year-old filly going forward. She's a good one.
Close out the card in a moment.
2, 3, 4, 8, and 11 are covered in the pick 6.
Okay, the rest result to carry over. Late pick 5, here's how it's played out so far. Favorite to begin it, Candy Moonshine, and now Gratefully, a couple of double-digit numbers.
So, parlay's over $300 for 50 cents, so they're probably playing pretty well, these pick 5s, I would like to think.
Mile and a 16th on the turf to close it out. New York Breds, maiden 50 claiming race.
No way the first winner was that price in pick 5s, right? Couldn't have been that short. Let's see what they're looking like.
Nano Joe has been off since September of 2024. Opens as a 7-2 favorite.
Well, I mean, the only problem with Nano Joe is that he's dropping in for a claiming tag. Now, I'm not saying it's a 3-year-old gelding, but he'd pay $85,000, and this horse ran respectably in some maiden specials, so you thought Rudy might have taken one shot there. On the other hand, turf season's coming to a close, and maybe he feels like this is one of his last chances to run, and if the horse can win and get claimed, they'll handle it, and if he loses, they'll probably be happy he got claimed. Look at it that way.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll talk more Breeders' Cup. Breeders' Cup, filly and mare turf, one we have gotten to know pretty well. My own 3/8, can she do it? She feels pretty. Only loss this year, narrow defeat in the Diana for trainer Cherie DeVoe. Is she the one to beat? Stay with us.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
More Than Looks trying to unwind from the back of the pack. Here is Johannes in notable speed. More Than Looks coming. 10 Happy Rolls on the inside. A wild finish that goes to More Than Looks.
Motoring home, last year's Breeders' Cup Mile, More Than Looks for Cherie DeVaux with Jose Ortiz in an exclamation point to end his career.
Yeah, she's obviously a very, very good horse, but I wonder if a mile and 3/8 is asking.
Oh, you're talking about
More Than Looks.
Pretty.
I'm sorry, I love More Than Looks. One of my favorite horses. Thought it was a really good horse.
Same barn?
Yep.
Yes, we'll have Breeders' Cup filly and Mare Turf runner She Feels Pretty. Her only loss this year, that narrow defeat in the Diana.
She's never run a race where she couldn't have won. Run well in all her races. I think a mile and 3/8 may be stretching it. I had a lot of trouble with this race.
She is a head, a neck, and 3/4 of a length away from basically perfection.
And some lousy trips in some of her beats. Not the Diana. She just got beat. Lost the bob.
Let's bring in Maggie. Can Cherie DeVaux have more Breeders' Cup success this year? Your thoughts on She Feels Pretty?
I really think Andy's point is a valid one about her affinity for more distance, especially when you're dealing, with some Europeans in there that they're just trained more to handle it. They run more to handle it, but I do think she garners a great deal of respect in this spot here because, as you guys were saying, I mean, she has been nearly perfect in her career so far. I thought, her race at Woodbine was very good. She projects to be forward in this spot, as she typically is, and I have a lot of respect for her. Now, looking at her physically, I don't see anything holding her back other than the fact that in her races, she will have the propensity to pull a little bit. And when you're pulling early, trying to get a longer distance, it usually doesn't lead to success. So I do think the distance question is very much a prominent one when it comes to She Feels Pretty, but there's definitely no doubt that there's a lot of talent there, Greg.
One of several. Now, let's talk about how loaded John Velasquez is, and we'll see what she can do. Yeah, at this longer distance than she has ever gone in her career. This is the group that she will line up against. Obviously, some imposing Euros. And as you said, though, this could be the toughest race of the entire weekend.
I think it's impossible. And it could be another is not running. She's been taken out. Yeah, I mean, Gazora is probably going to be the favorite in here. I don't love the French fillies. I know she won the Prix Diane, the French Oaks. I don't think it was that strong a race. She certainly can win. I think Diamond Rain might be the one I prefer the most. You put a gun to my head. A horse who finished second to She Feels Pretty at 1.25 miles up in the EP Taylor. I think the extra distance will help her. Cinderella's Dream, she ran well in it last year. I know some people say she had some trouble in there. She had a very good trip overall. And her form this year has been at best spotty. I wonder if Cherie DeVaux is going to have second-guessed herself after this race and think she should have run her in the Breeders' Cup Mile, because that race is just not that tough, and I think she would have belonged in there. But she can win here for sure.
Let's talk about some of the other contenders in here. Miguel Clement, Beleza, who comes off of one of the Grade 2 Flower Bowl at 1 mile and 3/8.
I don't really think she's a likely winner by any respect. Having said that, she's okay. I mean, she's not as good as a lot of them, but she does handle the distance. She got an incredible ride and trip in her last race, and that makes it hard to think she can duplicate it, and she probably has to improve off of that race to win here. So while I can understand taking a shot in here, she's going to be a big price. If you like her, you should bet her.
Best number she ran in the States, maybe just getting better towards the end of the year. She's got a lot of ground to make up on. She Feels Pretty, though, when they met in the New York.
And when she's won races, she's had incredibly good trips, and that's a problematic thing. You're betting a horse in this field, hoping she gets a great trip to run better than she's ever run before. So she's not for me, but like I said, if you like long shots, what does it matter what anybody thinks in these races? You like long shots, bet them.
All these races, though, again, Europeans, they have an edge.
They do. I am shocked that more Europeans didn't point for this race, because they could see all year that it wasn't going to be the toughest of races. Yeah. And I'm surprised that more didn't want to go. I think if the race were in New York and they only had to go 3,000 instead of 6,000 miles, maybe more would have pointed to it instead of going out to California to run the Del Mar turf course. I can get that.
See the Fire, Gazora, Diamond Rain, all major players, though.
Yeah, I think See the Fire is a little interesting. I don't think it was the best of all. Prix de l'Opéras, which is one of the premier races over in Europe for the fillies and mares. It's the race run on Arc Day over there. I don't think it was a great race. I do think she ran fairly well in there. We'll see. She can win.
See what happens Friday and Saturday championship weekend as we get back to race 9. We're 12 minutes to post, closing out the week and this Sunday card. And a look at Deemer, who has sort of been going the wrong way.
Redeemer. Can he redeem himself in here?
Or Cherie DeVoe.
There you go.
She's
everywhere.
Find out. 3-1 right now. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, he's a little bit of a tough pill to swallow. I get that. But let's check in with some of the layoff runners, beginning with No Joe for Rudy Rodriguez. And going back to last year as a 2-year-old, very good-looking type. And still that rings true on this particular occasion. You know, he's well-muscled despite coming back here as a gelding. It's not as if it's lightened him up whatsoever. And if anything, he has grown and gone forward and filled out that frame. So definitely has an air of confidence as he does drop in class here. Ran decently against much better fields, and will get Lasix for this return to the races. So definitely one that caught my eye walking in here. I do think he's live as we'll move on to the exponentially tall number 2, Romeo Void. I mean, this is one of the tallest horses that I think we have on the grounds here at Naira for Amelia Green. He doesn't have the greatest conformation either. God, he looks like Charlie Chaplin. But I do think he deserves another shot here on the turf. He's only been on it 2 times before in his career and went in for the 50 last time out. I thought he ran well, considering the pace kind of came apart, and he was more forwardly placed than the top 2 finishers. So he's behaving well, which is sometimes his Achilles heel. He will act up a lot being saddled and just here in the paddock. Minding his P's and Q's today, which I think is a good sign. And of course, Amelia has him fit and ready for this return to the races, Greg.
It's one interesting, pretty wide trip.
Not interesting to me, but hey, I just don't like the race this horse is coming out of. But you're not wrong. It was a wide trip. I just don't like the race this horse was in 6 months ago. I'm not going to stand. You want to bet a horse to price in this race. You got my respect, and I hope you do well. I bet the one who I can't do a huge job of defending either, but I do think had a little bit of an excuse. A couple races back, ran all right, and ran well enough to win and drew well today.
You liked Lisa Bartkowski in the last race. What about in this race here with the 8 pretrial statement?
Should have won last time. Got loose on a gold rail when the rails came down last time out, and should have got the job done. And I think it's a tougher field, so I prefer others. Pick 5th. 111, 3, 4, 8 is how I picked it. And honestly, you want to bet somebody in here, I'm not going to stop you. But I thought this horse should have won this race. And I really wish she'd at least finished second. He had.
Now, yeah, 3 cracks at this level, 2 of them at a mile and 16th on the grass. Tried to do it every step of the way, missed by a neck.
Since we have some time, I want to say something about Blue Pill in this race. Blue Pill is a great example of the deception of turf figures when horses run over their head. Blue Pill's first 6 turf races were atrocious, probably a 50-to-1 shot even in this field, based on those races. Last time out, got a 76 buyer, which would tower over this field. Didn't do any running, ran behind better horses, moved up significantly in class last time. Also rans in better turf races will get figures that belie their ability. And it's something people have to be careful of. I remember a Gary Contessa horse that was a routine low to mid 80s allowance horse, ran the Diana and got a 96 buyer. And people kept betting it as though that was true. It wasn't. It's just the nature of turf racing is they gallop along for the first X, distance minus a quarter, and then they run the last quarter. So therefore, horses don't get beat by large margins. It's the smush factor of turf racing. She got that figure because of the quality of the race that she was in, not because of her ability. You want to bet her? Be my guest. But for my money, she's a 50, 55 buyer horse at best, not a 76 buyer horse. That's my handicapping lesson rant.
Still makes her, a marginal contender here. But
not for my money. I think at 10-to-1, he's a massive underlay. 10 to 1's a good price. If it works for you, bet this horse. You think I'm wrong? Bet him. But for my money, this is a 40 to 1 shot.
Here is Arch's Assault. What do you like here?
I just thought the rail was a good post, and he's run well enough to compete, and I just wanted somebody at a better price.
Romeo Void sat just off the pace, and again, wide trip last start, dropping into this level.
Maybe this one's improved since the last ran. If he has, he can certainly win.
Deemer, been disappointing, especially since dropping in for the tag.
I think he's got the best race of anybody, but he's failed twice at short prices and races he could have won, and he didn't run well last time.
No, Joe. First time in for a tag, but a long time away.
Rudy is 0 for 2 off turf route, 250-plus day layoffs, a small sample.
Powered by Cole New Gelding went by. Here's the 6.
Charleston's Finest?
Yes, a slumber 3-year-old.
I'm thinking they have better.
Small change Jeep.
The turf races are slow.
One we just mentioned, Lisa Bartkowski's pre-trial statement.
Does have speed. I'm hoping my horse is in front, though.
Blue Pill has Lane Luzzy for Jimmy Ferraro. Where is he? There he is.
Not hard to know who named this horse. Same person who named FNX.
And 2 outside here, this 4-year-old by War Dancer, Win Dancer, David Donk,
If
Dylan
this
Davis.
horse wins, what a day for Dave. A win and a Jets win.
How about that?
Right?
A rarity.
A true loyal fan.
And then blame it on KJ David Duggan with a shot to get a second on the card.
I think this horse is very dangerous. Luis Rivera has a tough job working at a trip from outside, but I think this horse is improving and it has a very good chance. It's one of the few underexposed horses in this race.
First time going long on the grass was last start. It was in that Deemer race. Finished 4th. Third place finisher came back to win again.
He was too wide in those races. He didn't lose a lot of ground, but he was off the rail, and I thought it was a solid enough performance stretching out that he could improve. I wish he drew better. If the 1 had the 11 and the 11 had the 1, I would have picked the 1. I mean, the 11.
Yeah,
well, he would have been the 1.
If Luis Rivera Jr. can get position.
Yeah, listen, I like Luis as a rider. It's just a tough situation. I don't care who you are. You know, you could be Irad Ortiz. You still got to find position from an outside post.
I will say this. I mean, look, the 3 and the 4, 3 to 1, 9 to 2. There are major things to not like about them.
Yes, the 4, the layoff is a massive concern, along with a slight drop, and the 3 is tough to trust, tough as last in general. But they could run 1-2 here. I mean, I find this race, Greg, an extremely tough race to have a strong opinion in. Is that fair?
It's a difficult race. I mean, Deemer looked like, I thought, a surety to win, dropping for State Bred Maiden 50th the first time at Saratoga. Got beat as a favorite.
Did get wired by a horse that had some good races, though, to be fair.
And then, at odds on, loses again.
I'll put it this way. I don't have a massive knock on either of the favorites, but neither one of them are horses I want to bet. The problem is there's nobody in here that I see as like the other horse. I think there's a lot of randomness in this race. If you have a good idea in here and they're a bit of a price, put your money where your mouth is because it's a good race, I think, to take a bit of a shot.
Let's go to Maggie.
And I wonder how close to the pace we see your favorite in here, number 3, Deemer, as I think he's better suited when kept closer. And I wonder if that, Ricardo Santana, who we often see, sees a bull by the horns and put his horses forward, if not on the lead. If we'll see that from him, because I think last time he got a little bit headstrong. He was continuously steadied back during the running of that race and then was behind a wall of horses as they entered the stretch. And I just think that keeping this horse close, as was the case 2 back, is probably the best option. And obviously it was wired by Mission Hill that day. So I don't love Deemer, but can I see him winning? Absolutely. As we'll check in with the horse who will be my pick in here. As Andy said, not the easiest trips from that far outside, but blame it on KJ. I just think takes a step forward each and every time he runs. And I know he ran okay on the dirt 2 back, finishing 2nd, but I thought he ran well returning to the turf last time out. He was chasing 2 to 3 wide mid-pack, went very wide entering the stretch, and in that Mission Hill race, I thought he was the only horse to make up ground. We heard from Dave Duggan earlier. He feels as though this horse has done incredibly well since leaving Saratoga, and I think it's reflective. Good energy in the paddock, really strong appearance. He's a good-looking sort, but just a horse that I think continues to move forward, and we often see that with Kitten's Joy progeny. They are a little bit raw, kind of unfinished types that take some developing, take some racing to put it all together, and he really makes an excellent impression. Fingers crossed he can save a little bit of ground, Greg.
Speaking of Kitten's Joy and Cherie DeVoe, she had a firster, a 2-year-old firster at 9 furlongs, at Kitten's Joy at Keeneland, that took a ton of money and absolutely thrashed a field yesterday. I didn't see the figures, they weren't out yet, but the horse ran huge. Horse looks like a really nice horse.
Keep our eyes out for that one.
What are we looking at here?
Is that David Duggan, I believe,
Dave Duggan.
with Blame It on KJ looking on.
Saw Dave a little earlier today. Always nice to see him. It looked like Wesley Ward a little, didn't it?
No.
No?
Another terrific year
for the gray
David
hair? It
Duggan.
definitely did. Couldn't even see any facial. Don't be that nonsense. You just shut me down.
I mean, to Andy, all trainers look alike.
No, he had gray hair, the binoculars, like Wesley often does, and you couldn't see his facial features. I'm standing by it, Greg. I don't care what you say. It's been a long week. There he is. There he looks more like Dave Duggan. But the other one was a little farther back.
I'll let you have that one for yourself.
Now you shut me down, which I probably deserve.
Wait a minute. That is Wesley. Oh, it was the zoom out. It did got me too.
Got more Wesley. You see, the more we zoom out, if you go out like a half mile away, it looks just like Wesley.
Deemer has become the 2-to-1 favorite now.
You got hard if you're taking 2-to-1 at him, or you're insane.
Let's go back to Maggie.
You know that Laura and Dave were listening to that. That's why they were giggling up there, guys. I knew that was Dave Duggan. I mean, Wesley Ward is very rarely spotted here at Aqueduct, but Dave always watches the races from there. And he's a very enthusiastic race watcher and often roots his horses home harder than any trainer I've ever seen.
I did not say it was Wesley. I said he looked a little like Wesley. I know Wesley's not here.
Hello.
I'm an idiot, but I'm not that
Wishing
big an
you
idiot.
the best with Blame It
We
on
love
KJ.
Dave.
We were
Dave
kidding.
gets so much love on this show, and deservedly so. He's a good man and a good trainer.
Quite honestly, with what he's done the last 3 years, he deserves more horses in his barn.
He's a good example of all that some trainers, not all trainers, but all that some trainers need is a chance. And he's gotten one, and he's made the most of it, and that's great.
And if you've not, it's one of my favorite races we've covered.
Drafted?
The last few years. The Toboggan by Drafted, just sensational.
Well, deep closers are just so much fun. And then you get a gray deep closer, and it just makes it even more fun. And listen, I was a Drafted fan as well, and he owes me nothing.
See what happens in a difficult race to close things out. Arches Assault for Andy on the rail. Joel Rosario for Charlie Baker, blinkers on. Deemer, third chance dropping into this level to try and get it done. Beaten it odds on. Beaten is the favorite again. We'll see what happens here to close out this week's action on our Sunday card as they load up. Let's send it upstairs. Chris Griffin the call with a nightcap from Belmont at the Big A.
Loading here for the 9th and final. Here is Romeo Void. Romeo Void, small change Jeep. Pre-trial statement. 9th and final on this Sunday afternoon program. Blue Pill. Deemer. Deemer. Stepping forward. Wind Dancer. Nono Joe. Powered by Cole. Powered by Cole. Blame It on KJ. Less to load to the outside. Here is Blame It on KJ. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Powered by Cole. Small change Jeep. They've got early speed, and pre-trial statement will join them towards the outside. Pre-trial statement is now challenging with at the inside Arch's Assault. They're a clear 1-2. Arch's Assault to the inside and pre-trial Statement, and these two hook up early and they put some separation on the rest of the field. They are now 4 lengths in front of At the Rail. That's Deemer, who's just going to watch the speed and corners wide. Also right there is Powered by Cole, who's now in 4th. At the Rail in 5th is No Joe, is followed to the outside by Small Change Jeep, who's right there in 6th. In 7th is going to be Wind Dancer. Towards the outside in 8th comes Blame It on KJ. Then in 9th is going to be Romeo Void. Second to last will be Blue Pill, and the trailer, Charleston's Finest. 22 seconds flat for that posted opening quarter mile, and they're moving up front, and 47.21 for the half. At the Rail, still moving on through his pre-trial Statement. Now switching to the outside was Arch's Assault. These two still head and head, and watching them right here from 3rd. Starting to move forward on the outside. There comes Deemer, and At the Rail shoved along is No Joe. Also trying to rally on Small Change Jeep from the back. Blame It on KJ. Wind Dancer nowhere to go, as kicking on is Arch's Assault. Arch's Assault is in front. It's been a dream journey for Deemer so far, and Ricardo Santana Jr. looming up on the outside and ready to pounce as they reach the top of the lane. Can Arch's Assault keep going? Arch's Assault in front. Deemer is trying to run this rival down, has every shot to do it. Wind Dancer, Green Silks has switched to the outside. Romeo Void is the gray. Blame It on KJ, grandstand side, blanket finish. Romeo Void At the Rail is rolling. Wind Dancer is right there in the mix. Grandstand side, Blame It on KJ. Wind Dancer with a nose in front. Give it to Wind Dancer. Wind Dancer was in there with Romeo Void, Blame It on KJ, and No Joe in 1 minute 42.67 seconds.
David Donk, Dylan Davis, Wind Dancer at 21-1.
This horse winning in its 16th career start is nowhere near as big an upset at 21-1 as the Jets winning today, but that's quite a double for Dave Donk, as this race had a fast pace that just completely and totally collapsed in here. Tough beat if you had the 2. Got the trip he wanted, couldn't quite get it done. The 11 got the pace, but Dave Donk, it's a Jets day, and Dave gets it done. Happy to see Dave win, though it did beat a friend of mine out of a nice score in the Big 5.
Wow, Romeo Void up the fence. Kendrick Carmouche did a really nice job saving ground with this horse. Much better trip than last time.
Yeah.
Looked like it might be his day, not to be. 16th time. The charm for Wind Dancer.
That kind of race, wasn't it? That kind of race. I guess you could say Deemer was a bit close to pace, but he didn't even get by the 1. I mean, frankly, if the 8 wasn't in the front, 1 probably would have won the race. Enough of Deemer, but Wind Dancer. Tough one to have.
10-2, 11-4, 21-1 upset. Dylan Davis to close out the card for D-O-N-K, Donk, who got a Jets win today as well. Prices when we come back.
Who's still a nose in front. Kourou is lifting late as well. Better Lucky Than Good At the Rail. Better Lucky Than Good. Kourou, Better Lucky Than Good wins the finale.
Welcome to Adelphi Racing Club's unparalleled partnership experience. Exclusive access to the backstretch at Belmont and Saratoga, premier accommodations on race day, and of course, experience excitement like no other. Contact us today to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back at our Sunday coverage, 4-win Sunday for Dylan Davis with a exclamation mark to close things out. 21-1 here in the finale.
Out for the year.
Two highly improbable outcomes.
Dave's not even here. What's going on with that? He must be celebrating the big win. Wow. So it's got a very nice ride from Dylan. For the most part, I think Dylan's picked it up. He's been riding a lot better. He's obviously capable of riding extremely well. I mean, listen, it's no excuse for the two losing, but if you need the two, this is a very tough beat. Just look home.
21-1 over 14-1 to close out this card. Yeah, and a huge Sunday for Dylan Davis with a 4-win afternoon, and now it is all attention to the West Coast and Del Mar with championship weekend Friday and Saturday.
Yep. Big weekend coming up. Breeders' Cup, of course, we'll be racing as well. We're running, I think, 11 on Sunday and 10 race card on Saturday, Friday and Saturday earlier posts. You will be gone. I will be here. I will be here for Saturday and Sunday, not Thursday and Friday.
Outside of the Classic, what race are you most looking forward to seeing?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't really thought about it. That's a good question, but I don't really. I'll be honest with you. I think the Classic is very exciting. I don't know. We'll see. I don't really have a lot of strong opinions on these Breeders' Cup races, so sort of play as it comes. I think more interested in Saturday's card, see how Copian does against the boys in the sprint. That should be an interesting race. The Turf Mile, always one of my favorite races. The Turf as well. And for those that care, I'll be doing a Spaces on Twitter at 8:30 Thursday night with my friend Nick Tamaro, as well as Caitlin Free, who works at Churchill. I'll be doing a Spaces at 8:30 with the two of them going over the races, talking about them. That's 8:30 Eastern time Thursday night.
That's really, I think, one of the most interesting storylines of the entire weekend is seeing Copian's been so sensational this year, and Richard Mandela was seeing if she was a horse that maybe would go to the distaff, could go a little bit further, then decided to pull back. But now, because he has Tamara in that race as well, say, let's take on the boys at 6 furlongs.
He must have a lot of confidence in Tamara. She's in tough there. The return was a decent race, but she's going to have to improve on that to beat the Baffert machine in that race at the very least, as well as the other good horse, Sweet Azteca, who's pretty good. I think that Copian and Benetendo will be vying for favoritism in the sprint. The Mullican had a shot at a price. Ben Tornado. Yeah. I think he's danger. He's the horse to beat probably, but along with Copian, I thought Mullican could be the long shot in there. That's a chance.
Yeah, might be sort of the forgotten horse. Just that one bad race.
Bad race
been
last
pretty
time.
consistent outside of that.
Ran well in it last year, went third and raced with the pace altogether.
Pick 6 carryover, as you said, into next week.
34,000.
Let's take a look at the pick 5. Closes with a $44 winner. 14,833.
Paid well. I wish I had it.
We will see you. They will see you Thursday. I'm off next week out to Del Mar. Thursday.
I'll see you Saturday.
1 Eastern start time. Next program. Leslie's Humor. Chad Brown, Dylan Davis, one of Dylan's 4 on the afternoon early on the card back in race 2, and it was gratefully first time on the grass out of Selflessly, multiple graded stakes winner on the turf for Chad Brown. Winning in the turf debut. Halloween, the 2-year-olds, and then Saturday Sovereignty in the Classic. We'll see you next week.